What's going on, everybody? We are back, Vanishing Mediators. I just finished up that chapter on the dream of Irma's injection, and I am joined by my co-host, the big Signorelli, aka Andrew Flores. What's going
Yeah,
on?
I'm good, man. It's good to be back doing the VM stuff. We've been it's the usual trend where we usually will record something big, then we might be in a hiatus. But although our last episode was pretty consistent in time with this one, so the Manosphere one, that was fun. It was a spontaneous and yet enjoyable um discussion on something both theory and non-theory related. Um but then we also had our conversation with Nishi, so that was good. So there was a good chunk of time where we're consistent, but it's good to be back with the VM flow of things. And also what perfect timing, because of the topic of discussion aligns with our fellow friends had recently recorded on this text. Was it our infamous friends $3 billion Nance and the Dangerous Maybe, aka Michael Downs.
3 billion NAF. I think it is. I like $3 billion NAF though.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
But yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, like if you want to introduce what we're going over today.
Mm-hmm. The Dangerous Maybe and Nance recently recorded an episode on the Metastases of Enjoyment, famous text by Zizek, and read some of the Superego by Default chapter. That's chapter 3. And they were talking a little bit about interpellation. And this concept of interpellation is something that's been on my mind a lot lately. I've been really in a Althusser rabbit hole, or should I call it a wormhole? Been in an Althusser wormhole recently. And I would like us to take a look at this chapter, do an exegetical, something that we haven't done in quite a while. And I would like to relate it back to a text that somehow it slid under my radar despite reading so many of Althusser's seminal works. I skipped this lesser known essay called Three Notes on the Theory of Discourse, which Slavoj cites near the end of this one section. We're not going to read the whole chapter, but this one section called the split subject of interpellation. And I read that part of this chapter and then read Althusser's Three Notes on the Theory of Discourse to find out for myself what Louis is trying to get at here with this idea of interpellation, because he mentions it a few times in that essay. And I felt like in my readings of Althusser, aside from the famous mention of interpellation in the ISA's essay, that he didn't really talk that much about interpellation and doesn't give us a nice, hefty analysis of his concept of ideology anywhere. He does obviously in terms of the ideological state apparatuses, but ideology on its own is actually treated here in this Three Notes on the Theory of Discourse. But I'm going to share my screen and we're going to take the chapter. Is there anything you wanted to say?
While you're in the process of sharing your screen for the text, it is interesting to note, because the name Louis Althusser is a signifier that takes on a lot of ambivalent meaning, both for Marxist and non-Marxist thinkers who are influenced by, let's say, both the French post-structuralists, to use that term loosely. I don't really like to use the term structuralist or post-structuralism because it seems like they're more like um, misnomers to what like the complexity of French theory from the late 60s all the way to the early 90s. But then also like the school that Althusser founded as not only an institution, you could say, within the École Normale, but also a school of thought that takes on multiple directions, including the Slovene school. And with all that being said, Althusser's oeuvre is so complex and should not be limited to this specific essay that you mentioned, the ideological state apparatus, which is the most common one people cite because of this notion of interpellation. Now, like when you look at early Althusser, and by early I don't mean like his early works when he was a Catholic and he was also Hegelian, more like when you look at like his what some people like our fellow comrade Conrad Hamilton will say his only book, the For Marx text, which is a series of essays and debates that he was in the process with not only the PCF but also like other Marxist humanists around his time. Like the four marks is where we first get this theory of ideology, but it's not the ideology of interpolation per se, but rather what constitutes a mature versus like a younger Marx. But then also when we look at like the process of Marxism being immortal science, that he distinguishes like the ideological problematic, which maintains like this sort of anthropological field, and mainly philosophy, because it remains in the field of speculation and in an entire internal whole where, like he says, if you alter any of the parts of that whole, you risk altering the totality in general. So philosophy does so much to not do that. But his conception of science, which would it be something like Marxism, would be outside that totality. It would be a sort of a material bandwidth or a material effect. Now, these ideas or ideology don't stand on their own. They actually are a process of these social relations, right? And he's constantly further like developing this process, especially if we're in a social relation or material conditions where ideology persists as this totality. How do we account for like a science or like a sort of general theory? And so you have to take account for the fact that, all right, we're not doing empiricist epistemology, but we are in a reality where it's inscribed by ideas and relations and practices where theoretical knowledge can be drawn to create truths or conclusions or procedures, whatever you want to call it. But in the ISA one, it's so interesting because ideology takes on the form of, and I think you said this, like of what we could say is like Althusser's theory of the state, right? Because it's a series of essays. It's not just the ISA. He gives a long commentary on a history of philosophy in relation to modes of production, and then also leading up to this infamous essay, um, a theoretical construction of what a mode of production is and what he calls relations of production. Right. And the typical classical model would be to say that, okay, yeah, the mode of production is, the economic forces. Right. Sure. But for Althusser, and this is where it becomes really technical and complex because while a mode of production could be like these forces, like economic, or whatever, you also have these relations of productions, which are more of the social relations that produce and reproduce something to maintain that base. But there's not just one mode of production. So while a mode of production, for example, would be capitalism, it isn't the only form of production that persists. It's just the dominant model because we have to take into account contradiction and overdetermination. So in some sense, we could look at globally, especially like in the global South or and the Middle East, etc., where colonialism is predominant. There is residues of other forms of modes of production that persist, even if they're not the dominant form. So capitalism, with its expansion of imperialism, right, are the dominant mode, but we still have other residual remaining factors from like feudalism, sort of weird monarch market type economies, etc., that exist. So there's always this dare I say, in the Maoist sense, because you can see in younger Althusser, he takes on this primary and secondary contradiction. These contradictions that are not only on the forces of production, but relations of production, and how that will influence this idea of ideology and interpellation.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think some context is required here because first, I would say interpolation feels like one of the most underdeveloped concepts in the ISA's essay. And if you read the expanded verso edition of the essay, interpolation is located closer to the end of the essay. And to me, it feels almost like a coda. You know, he is tarrying with certain psychoanalytic concepts. And in this three notes essay, he does deal with interpolation. And that's all the way back when I think it's a year after for Marx. So,
The ISA or
no.
the
This essay, three notes, is like a
oh
year
yeah,
after
yeah,
he writes for
yeah,
Marx, and the ISA essay is written
around 68. The
almost
after there
10
was the
years.
68.
I thought it was written almost like 10 years after.
Maybe some of the essays that are compiled into that extended verso edition are uh Althusser of May 68, but I could be wrong regarding the ISA one.
Well, at any rate, it's like I might be getting my periodization off, but he wants to supplement Marx's theories with a theory of the state. And he, despite his allegiance to Mao and Lenin as these luminaries of what he sees as a kind of pure form of Marxism, which is deviated because of the generalization of the theory based on the party line, which doesn't allow for much philosophical speculation. And Garudet, I think is how you say his name, who was the official philosopher, theoretician of the PCF, is the one who basically underwrites the policy and the line that's towed amongst party members when it comes to theory. So for Althusser, there's only so much latitude to expand on those concepts because he maintains his affiliation to the party up until his death, the end of his life. He feels that it's a essential commitment that he has to maintain in order to have a lifeline, an organic lifeline to the working class, despite his many deviations from the party line. And I think without the context of his project, interpolation can just appear to be a premature conceptualization of the subject that overlooks the dimension of the real, which the Slovene school will later add as a gloss onto interpolation in order to really complexify what it is Althusser is getting at. But my point is that Althusser's definition of ideology, famously, ideology is the representation of real relations, of real material relations, real conditions, material conditions of existence for the subject in a kind of fantasy frame. I'm paraphrasing here. But the dimension of the real, yes, is absent here, but we have to take into account what interpolation is employed in service of, which is his reworking of Marx's base and superstructure model to reflect a theory of the state which would bolster the dictatorship of the proletariat as a necessary phase that would accelerate transition to communism. And when he's theorizing, the problem is that the de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union and the ramifications of that move basically created a kind of schizophrenia almost within the party, where it's like you have those party members in France and Italy who are still clinging to an idea of Stalin as someone who should be classed among Lenin and Mao and Marx himself as one of the pillars of Marxism and the theory of political economy and dialectical materialism. And then those who are in the wake of these revelations that come forward about the Gulag. This is a little bit later, though, about Stalin's crimes against humanity, embrace what Althusser sees as a kind of milquetoast bourgeois humanism. He is trying to cut a very narrow path between predominant views amongst people he respects as well, in order to home in on what makes Marxism, in his mind, a science or an aspirational science. I might be getting some of my facts wrong, but I think that's pretty much the field we're in.
Yeah, I mean, for Althusser, he was very not only self-aware but also aware of the contradictions and antagonisms internal to Marxism as a theory, but also politically, with not only, as you mentioned, the de-Stalinization, the problem with the PCAF, and even the PCAF's like willingness to support, the I think it's the like the whole colonial project going on with Algeria, but then also the he's someone who's willing to admit some of the effects that the Sino-Soviet split had on, you could say, Marxism as a whole, um, the international movement, etc., which I think in some ways, like, brings in these schisms or, schizoid, um, like recuperations by like, these Marxist humanist movements, these Trotskyist movements, um, the oscillation to like more like social democratic or these moderate points where like you get like people turning away from Marxism and becoming more liberal or even reactionary. And
Right.
in terms of French theory wise, that's where you get a lot of people who maybe had some party membership with the PCF, turn to what we know as like French theory. Like one instance you see the influence that Althusser himself had in France. Like you have his students who, abandon the project, but become, I guess, free floating leftists like Rancière. Rancière is someone you can't really label right into a category, but he is in a sense putting into question like what is politics. I even think he's the one that coins the term metapolitics that Badiou will take up. You got someone like Etienne Balibar, who him and Rancière played a major role in the Reading Capital project. Macheray, like they take their own sort of pivots away from the Althusserian project. And then you have people that are only influenced by like the ISA chapter of Althusser and Interpellation, and they take on this sort of uh, discourse of subject and power relations in like Foucault, right?
Right. Well, what's
Butler, and then
sorry, not
even
to
like
cut you off, but what I
yeah,
read recently was that the ISA's essay inspired people from all different camps in terms of what the message, the takeaway, the key takeaway
Right.
from that essay, including, you know, democratization of the Communist Party, embrace of parliamentarism, the idea that change could come from within. I mean, many different tendencies of thought were read into that essay. But anyway, you were saying
Yeah. Yeah, and so, like, you could see even on that line, like, the movement from,
Euro
like,
now.
structural. Yeah, yeah, communism as well, but, like, the effects that it had on, like, non-Marxist intellectuals that would perpetuate, like, an Althusserian pipeline would be, like, Foucault all the way down to Butler or, like, who else? In some Marxist sense, you get, like, Nikos Poulantzas, but in the non-Marxist sense, you get, like, the Laclau and Mouffe, you know, post-Marxist thread, which takes its inspiration from the a certain point of Althusser, and where we get like not looking at political economy, structural causality in the sense that Althusser would, but rather the politicization of discourses, right?
Right.
Or like the abandonment of class and only looking at the subject's relation to power and discourse and um, in the abandonment of class we end up in populist thinking.
And the last thing I'll say is that, to put it simply, Althusser believes that, as I was saying before, the dictatorship of the proletariat is a completely necessary stage in order to facilitate a change from capitalism to communism. Well, first to socialism and then to communism eventually. The problem with Stalinism is that it seems to posit a socialist mode of production, which he sees as a kind of contradiction in terms, basically, and that if the withering away of the state is to be achieved, we can't abandon the revolutionary politics of the advent of this dictatorship of the proletariat. It's with that question in mind that I think he is writing his ISA's essay. And in order for the state to wither away, we have to understand what it is. And I think Althusser said if it weren't for Khrushchev's secret speech and the 20th Congress, he would never have written a word. So everything should be taken, at least historically, in the light of that event and that change.
Yeah, but it's also interesting to note that like Althusser was committed to analyzing like the possibility of the dictatorship of the proletariat because from what I understand, he participated in that early 60s debate in France regarding the status of the dictatorship of the proletariat with other people like Etienne Balibar. And I think they did defend it, but I think the aftermath was that the dictatorship of the proletariat was abandoned, at least by Balibar, if I understand correctly. This is what I'm getting from at least like people who've talked about this written debate, like people like Daniel Tutt, Varn, C. Derek Varn, and Conrad Hamilton.
Yeah. And I might be getting some of my facts or my timeline out of order, but I think, maybe by the time of the philosophy of the encounter, that Althusser's loyalties had been attenuated. Althusser is constantly revising his theories. I don't know if at that point he had the same faith in the dictatorship of the proletariat, but throughout most of his career, I would say that this question of the state, and we're really interested in thinkers who want to give a kind of expansion to what is not a lacuna in Marx, but is ill-defined, which is only kind of thinly sketched out, right? Like Karatani gives us a brilliant theory of the state as a kind of Baromeanism. of modes of exchange, etc., etc. But anyway, that's a digression. Maybe we should get into the reading you want to do.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, and the whole point of this long spiel about the history of and theoretical ingenuity of Althusser is because the theory of interpellation is evoked in this chapter, Superego by Default, and the text Metastases of Enjoyment by Slavoj Žižek. And I think Slavoj, of course, falls into the realm of like post-Althusserianism. Uh, you know, we could say the Slovene school as a whole, insofar as like their Marxism is informed by an Althusserian type of sorts. I would say Zizek is the most closest regarding the theoretical um, theoretical framework when it comes to like his understanding of Marxism comes specifically from Althusser, and then post-Marxist, he's also in that camp because he had you know I don't know how long it was, but he was a colleague of Laclau. The ideology or the sublime object of ideology is a Laclauian and move take on looking not only at ideology but also like a social democratic form of politics on the left.
Right. And
Which
Zizek always says that
yeah,
he was a little overeager in his embrace of democracy.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Which I mean, he does criticize. I think in for they know not what they do, but then he has that debate on contingency universality with Ernesto Laclau and Judith Butler regarding um, politics, and he rightly critiques populism. I don't really know the points of his debate against Butler, but at least for Laclau, I think he makes the counter argument like regarding populism and identification that it regresses into forms of like scapegoating, nationalism, and even potential fascism. But anyhow, yeah, this is a very interesting chapter because we're talking about a psychoanalytic concept, the superego, which, if you've watched the conversation with Michael Downs and Nance, they go over the more Zizekian Lacanian aspect of this chapter with the Althusser piece, but they emphasize a lot on the superego, which um, they think is Zizek's uh, concept versus Freud and Lacan. It's not really the point of this conversation, but I don't really hold that same view. But the point is that Zizek gives a really good rundown of what we've been talking about, interpellation,
I would
from
say Zizek
Althusser.
definitely foregrounds superego in a way that would not be evident from a quick reading of Lacan or Freud or
Yeah, because and it is a psychoanalytic concept, but like they don't have works that are just on the superego, per se. Like it is, a metapsychological category that plays a role for at least for Freud in not only individual neurosis but also in civilization as a whole, as like this sort of inherent guilt, and also what how the law of society is internalized, right?
right. Am I reading or are you reading?
I could start us off. I just wanted to highlight that. So
Sure, no, that was great.
yeah. So again, this is a section of Superego by Default is going to cover a lot of the grounds of interpolation and ideology and Althusser. So she starts this section off. So the split subject of interpolation. We could also say that this nightly obscene law consists of proton pseudos, the primordial lie that founds a community. That is to say, identification with community is ultimately always based upon some shared guilt, or more precisely upon a fetishistic disavowal of this guilt. When, for example, a communist in the Soviet Union of the 1930s answers answers the reproach to the communist regime is terroristic beyond compare, that thousands are condemned and shot without proven guilt. that the whole of agriculture is in ruins. The actual strategy of his response consists not in a direct denial of these facts, but rather in claiming that the author of these reproaches are unable to penetrate the essence of what is going on, and to perceive the emergence of a new man, a classless solidarity. A communist knows very well that millions are dying in the camps, yet this knowledge only confirms his belief that the sublime, true people happily and enthusiastically built socialism. Give me one sec. So, in where did I leave off? The more reality is miserable and depressive, the more a true Stalinist communist clings to his fetish. Every allegiance to some community eventually involves such a fetish, which functions as the disavowal of its founding crime. Is not America the fetish of an infinitely open space, enabling every individual to pursue happiness in his or her own way? The nature of this solidarity in guilt can also be much more specific. When, for example, the leader is caught with his pants down, the solidarity of the group is strengthened by the subject's common disavowal of the misfortune that laid bare the leader's failure or impotence. A shared lie is an incomparably more effective bond for a group than the truth. Perhaps one should reread Hans Christian Andersen's The Emperor's New Clothes along these lines. Of course, everybody knows that the emperor was naked, yet it was precisely this disavowal of this fact that held the subjects together. By stating this reality, the unfortunate child effectively dissolved the social link. The paradox of social solidarity and guilt, however, is far from holding true only for totalitarian communities. Suffice it to recall today's progressive cultural critique communities. Is not their found gesture a fetishizing elevation of the author? Typical candidates: Alfred Hitchcock, Jane Austen, Virginia Woolf, all of whose politically incorrect misdeeds are pardoned in advance or reinterpreted as subversive, progressive, in an unheard of hidden way. The community's enjoyment is provided by the very collective disavowal. For example, by our insistence on the progressive character of Hitchcock, which suspends the symbolic efficiency of what obviously does not enter this frame. In this respect, we are ultimately doing the same thing as the Western Stalinist communists, who in the 1930s faithfully followed the reversal of the party line and first saw the main enemy in fascism. The changed into an engaged pacifist enthusiastically supporting the Soviet-German pact and warning against English and French militarism, and ended by calling for a common front of all progressive forces, communist and bourgeois Democrats against fascism. Far from putting him to much trouble, these reversals only confirmed him in his communist creed. Or as Jean-Claude Milner puts it, perhaps the principal function of the master is to set down the lie that can sustain group solidarity, to surprise the subjects with statements that manifestly contradict facts, to claim again and again that black is white. Consequently, it is not sufficient to say my country right or wrong. My country is truly mine only insofar as at a certain crucial moment it is wrong. Do we want to keep going or should we stop right there?
We could stop.
Yeah.
One thing that Althusser says in his three notes essay, and I think Delar takes this up, which is that, or maybe this is actually Delar, no, it's not Althusser, how the fantasy frame of ideology is a way of making a minimum of two elements kind of fit together.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
minimum of two elements fit together that don't actually belong together in a way. And I guess this would be a contradiction.
Yeah. And so like when and again, like I know you probably know this, but like for those who may that know the complexity or like the context of this idea of fantasy. Of course, Zizek and Dolar will use fantasy in conjunction with ideology or as the frame for ideology. Fantasy is also like the frame for the divided subject in psychoanalysis. Whereas like the split subject, which is also unconscious, is barred from his own enjoyment, or is prohibited to enjoy fully, or from access to knowledge of what the other's enjoyment is, right? What does the other want? But there is one who's whole, there is one who enjoys. And what the formula for fantasy shows is that this barred subject is tied to not only lack, which he denies or is unwilling to recognize, thus he misrecognizes it in an imaginary way, and his relationship to the other, insofar as he only gets sort of kernel of that knowledge or a kernel of that enjoyment. And yet, that kernel of that enjoyment is also supposed to help as a fantasy to show that there is an encompassing other that is whole, right? So, to put it in the ideological sense, the fantasy of the ideological subject is split in the sense that this subject of ideology um, does not know who or she or they are, or their own lack, and yet their conception of their nation, right, to whom they are, a part of, lacks based upon their sort of conception of it, and yet the conception that they have is supposed to resemble something perfect and proud. So, an idea of this would be like, because you're talking about like what the superego does. That America is founded on, you could say genocide, or like, the killing and raping of Native Americans. And yet that can either be denied or disavowed. But fantasy covers over that in the sense that in order to cover up that lack of this big other, which is America, we have the fantasy image of the founding fathers as these great heroes, or like how maybe America is bad right now. There's so much homelessness. There all these immigrants and migrant workers coming in. Our government sucks. It's Gavin Newsom's fault. It's the Democrats. It's big pharma. Yet there is something of an ideological fantasy that's meant to hold and glue um, this totality of what America is. Now that would be aligned with objet a, right, as this little thing that would piece
Mm.
together the whole and the other. And yet, even when that doesn't work, that's where we get superego. Superego is supposed to persist along the lines of the law, even if it fails, right? Because what's
Right.
failing is the fact that this ideological fantasy or enjoyment doesn't match the reality. But the reality is that that reality is a trauma, right?
Yeah, and it seems like what I was saying before about the welding together of these two heterogeneous elements in the form of black is white, something that is on the surface of it non-identity,
Mhm.
that is obvious even to a child, for example. Out of the mouth of babes, we get
Mhm.
certain utterances of truth, just like, well, the emperor has no clothes. Why is it that all of these adults around me aren't acknowledging the same thing? Am I crazy? Are they
Mhm.
crazy? The point is that, yeah, like, how do we sort of glue together all of the fractured pieces that make up a society that have to do with, from my, historical materialist point of view, vying modes of production or survivals of certain modes of production that cannot be assimilated to a dominant,
Yeah.
but still somehow prop it up. It's just a kind of Marxist gloss on it, but you could
Mhm.
attack it from another angle as well. How is it that any kind of synthesis here can be achieved that would allow for my inclusion in something like a social formation? Zizek's point here is that I guess it's the deafening voice of the superego, which on the one hand, it's like it draws our attention to the kernel of desire that you're talking about, but it also drowns out the voice of the child saying the uncle had no clothes in a way that, as long as we collectively disavow the obvious, we're able to maintain something like a sense of inclusion. But that sense of inclusion is always based on a sense of exclusion. So
Mhm.
if we're blaming Gavin Newsom or Big Pharma for the ills of society, if it is just one bad actor, then, or a cabal of them, more more commonly than not, it's the secret society running
Mhm.
behind the scenes. And obviously, the recent revelations with the Epstein files only contribute to this idea that there is a kind of consistency of motive and operation that we can ascribe to this cabal. Then the consistency in some senses almost like outsourced with something
Mhm.
behind the scenes. The contradictions that I'm faced with every day can almost more easily be disavowed.
Mhm.
I don't know if any of this is
Well,
making sense. Kind of this
well,
ripping.
I guess like with that, one of the things that I think is interesting that I think like that this notion of the disavowal or the superego of binds the community kind of leaves out is the way that this type of ideology or this type of social bond can only but support the reproduction for capitalism, right? Because like these conceptions, regardless if you want to call them conspiracies or the fact that like the Epstein files, like obviously are a real thing, it's not a conspiracy. But I think that there was a conspiratorial veil around the lack that it's not necessarily a cabal, but rather part of like the ruling class and the relations of the production of the ruling class that operate because of the capitalist mode of production. Because it's not just like a handful of billionaires and some politicians. Like, no, it's pretty much like people in the Supreme Court. It's billionaires, it's celebrities, it's, different politicians, people in international relations. Like, the list goes on, no pun intended. But
Yeah,
in a sense, when their favorite actors, and I'm talking about like the right, who kind of like was propelling this, when they realized that their favorite conservative politicians, or the question of Trump's presence in there, is
it
put into
cuts in
question,
every direction.
it cuts every. It's not necessarily a disavow that's happening or denial, but it kind of cuts the consistency of the fantasy of what the Epstein files would have supposedly done if every name was revealed, right? And so from there, when you see the traumatic reality or the traumatic real of that demand for the, not even just the desire, but that demand for the files to be revealed, that then we're caught in the deadlock of like the American identity or the American fantasy. So I think from there, that's where both the superhero come in, or but also this disavow that Zizek talks about. But I do
It's
think that
yeah.
what goes missing is the capitalist relations, right, of production.
Yes, and this is one thing that I'm not so fond of when it comes to the superego thesis, but I think that this thesis could be very easily, like, adapted to the point of view that we're talking about here, which would emphasize and foreground relationships.
Yeah,
And I
because
yeah.
I'll just say, because like I don't like the term totalitarianism because that comes from both. This is me being more of a hardcore Marxist. Not to say that it doesn't hold merit, but it comes from more bourgeois liberal historians to try to
Right.
talk about, like, and especially Hannah Arendt, to try to encapsulate both the origins of like Marxism and fascism as like under one umbrella. And then you see like the Frankfurt School use this and create like this psychology of an authoritarian personality, which honestly, like who was it? Was it Barn and Tutt that were talking about like the errors of that analysis in the text, that like the empirical evidence doesn't map to conclusion. It's totally like specious and fallacious. Um, but um, that one of the things that goes missing again, it's like, okay, maybe there is a fetishistic disavow to Stalinism, right? We're us communists are built from a different substance, whatever. what goes missing is the forces and relations of production that were operative. Because even though you have the bureaucracy of Stalinism, what we also see is Stalin's abandonment of the dictatorship of the proletariat to emphasize the bureaucracy of the party, but then also a lot of economic revisions that may have been happening even post Stalin, like with Khrushchev as well, that I think are important. If disavow or negation as a form of denial or a denial as a form of negation are operative, ideological speaking, it's only insofar as it's going to mask a concrete reality, right? A concrete reality of the social formations and the economic factors that play
Right,
into it.
because Stalin emphasizes and he privileges the primacy of forces of production in a way that leads to a kind of evolutionism of technology that is supposed to usher in the era of the new man. And why Althusser would have seen this as a deviation from everything that Marx was laying out is because a transitional period becomes fossilized and valorized as the end point of history or a teleological moment in this constant playing out of the dialectic in a crude, bastardized sense of Hegel's contradiction, phenomenon's relationship to the essence. And this leads to a kind of unreflective creed, unreflecting creed that can be popularized and which actually disincentivizes people from doing philosophy, from like philosophical speculation. It bars the path backwards to Marx. It sort of bars the path forward to philosophizing science or providing a philosophy for science, bringing in elements that would be heterogeneous to this very mechanistic, I wouldn't even call it a theory, but it's propaganda in the end. But just to relate it back to what we're talking about here, Stalinism doesn't supersede a capitalist mode of production entirely. If I understand it correctly, it's like with the beginning of Lenin's new economic plan, we get this period of stasis, which resolves into a belief in competition between the superpowers as the path forward to show to the West that rational plan society is superior because look, we launched Sputnik before you got to space, right? Which I think is the biggest threat. That freaked out a lot of Americans. But I know I'm really like getting off track here, but just to bring it back to like these relations of production, the idea of communism is that there would be a new mode of production, which the mode of production and the relations of production that it entails create a different ideology. Ideology cannot be transcended, but the idea that new mode of production would engender a different ideology and different
Yeah,
ideological state apparatuses, or they wouldn't be
yeah,
state apparatuses because the state would have disappeared. Ideology wouldn't disappear. I don't know if the word apparatus would be appropriate anymore because it has to do with machines, right? Like
yeah.
an engine converts one kind of energy into another kind of energy, as Althusser points out. But what does any of this have to do with the superego? Well, again, it's much more impossible somehow to represent relations, social relations within the socio-technical division of labor, relations which impose themselves on us every day, class relations in everyday society, in our everyday lives, in little encounters that we have with our superiors, the visceral reactions that we have to something like the Epstein file. Some of these realities and visceral reactions are actually more
Yeah.
obvious than the codes, let's say, that we
Yeah.
take to explain them. And what's interesting is that one thing that somehow, as horrific as it is, that we seem to have a drive to maintain is the enjoyment of the other. For example, with the secret cabal and the
Mhm.
else where it's like, but they have figured out how to enjoy fully at the expense of the rest of the world. Right. So
Right.
his underground bunker in his ballroom or a giant 250-foot arch, it's obscene, it's disgusting, but it's as if we're outsourcing that enjoyment to the most obscene figure imaginable.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
we're all over the place with
Well,
that, but
one of the things I wanted to bring to mind too is one of the things I kind of have a hard time grappling with. I know like it's always called the Lacanian ideology, but I'd rather just call it the Zizekian ideology because I like to distinguish Lacan from Zizek, even though in some senses Zizek has a legit reading of Lacan that I could get down with. I don't think they're one and the same. And one of the things I don't like particularly about the Zizekian ideology is that it collapses the ideology into one class or one subject. We should understand, just like as I explained at the beginning, that even though there's one dominant mode of production, it doesn't mean it's the only mode of production. And in the same way, we should see the relations of production as a relation, like as a network and a dynamic social formation. And with that, you also have two different dominant ideologies or two different ideologies that form into a contradiction, which would be the bourgeois ideology that's dominating, and then the proletarian ideology that's always sort of oscillating between itself and for itself. I know Althusser wouldn't use that. That's more of a Lukashian way, but we should take into account that I don't even think Althusser would collapse ideology into a homogenous field like I think Zizek does. Um, and it's also to show that, yes, there is a bourgeois ideology that's dominant, and then you have a proletariat ideology in the formation, but these aren't essential to the class, right? Um, we don't want to fall into an identity category and essential, like this is what makes a bourgeois subject. This is what makes a proletarian subject. But to see them in a dialectical movement, because we're talking about ideology of the proletariat, we could also have ideologies of the lumpen, or an ideology of the colonized, right? But how that would move, because for Marxism, it's how do we move it to a proletarian one that has that standpoint, that has that ability to be a class, you know, for itself, or be a class that could emancipate itself. And so we should see that there's also with that a bourgeois superego and possibly a proletarian superego, or a superego of the left that keeps the left in schism, right? I would say, and a superego of the bourgeois that always scapegoats, that always censors, that wants to blame everything on the immigrant, blame everything on the Mexican, on the trans people. All these ways to also afflict a trauma on the superego of the working class. I would say
mm,
that's my. This is coming from me. This is how I'm
no,
from
I
life.
like that. I like that.
You have to think of it like that, and also I like to think of it from like Rosichner, right? Because I still think that in some sense Zizek is aligning with something as far as like he's talking about transgression, but it's because there is a traumatic origin that the superego is supposed to censor.
Could we
Of
could we
yeah,
table Rosichner for a second? Because I really want to talk about Rosichner, and you're a closer
yeah,
read of his work, Freud and the Limits of Bourgeois
yeah. Such a great text.
Individualism than I am. But I want to keep reading here. I'll pick it up where we left off, and I do want to get back to Rosichner.
Hmm.
So, this tension between the public law and its obscene superego underside also enables us to approach Althusser's notion of ideological interpellation in a new way. The Althusserian theory of ideological state apparatuses and ideological interpellation is more complex than it may appear, When Althusser repeats after Pascal, act as if you believe, pray, kneel down, and you shall believe, faith will arrive. By itself, he delineates an intricate, reflexive mechanism of retroactive, autopoetic foundation that far exceeds the reductionist assertion of inner beliefs dependence on external behavior. That is to say, the implicit logic of his argument is kneel down, and you shall believe that you knelt down because of your belief. That is to say, that you're following the ritual in an expression effect of your inner belief. In short, the external ritual performatively generates its own ideological foundation. Herein resides the interconnection of the ritual that pertains to ideological state apparatuses and of the act of interpellation. When I believe that I knelt down because of my belief, I simultaneously recognize myself in the call of the other God who dictated that I kneel down. Things are even more complex in the case of interpellation. Althusser's example contains more than his own theorization gets out of it. Althusser evokes an individual who, while carelessly walking down the street, is suddenly addressed by a policeman. Hey, you there. By answering the call, that is, by stopping and turning around towards the policeman, the individual constitutes himself as the subject of power, of the big other subject, ideology. And now this is Althusser from the ISA's essay, transforms the individuals into subjects. It transforms them all by that very precise operation, which I have called interpellation or hailing, and which can be imagined along the lines of the most commonplace everyday police or other hailing, hey, you there. Assuming that the theoretical scene I've imagined takes place in the street, the hailed individual will turn around. By this mere 180-degree physical conversion, he becomes a subject. Why? Because he has recognized that the hail was really addressed to him, and that it was really him who was hailed and not someone else. Experience shows us that the practical transmission of hailings is such that they hardly ever miss their man. Verbal call or whistle. The one hailed always recognizes that it is really him who is being hailed. And yet it is a strange phenomenon, and one which cannot be explained solely by guilt feelings, despite the large numbers who have something on their consciences. Naturally, for the convenience and clarity of my little theoretical theater, I have had to present things in the form of a sequence with a before and an after, and thus in the form of a temporal succession. There are individuals walking along. Somewhere, usually behind them, the hail rings out, hey, you there. One individual, 9 times out of 10, it is the right one, turns round, believing, suspecting, knowing that it is for him, recognizing that it really is he who is meant by the hailing. But in reality, these things happen without any succession. The existence of ideology and the hailing or interpellation of individuals as subjects are one and the same thing. Back to Zizek. The first thing that strikes the eye in this passage is Althusser's implicit reference to Lacan's thesis on a letter that always arrives at its destination. The interpellative letter cannot miss its addressee, since, on account of its timeless character, it is only the addressee's recognition, acceptance that constitutes it as a letter. The crucial feature of the quoted passage, however, is the double denial at work in it. The denial of the explanation of interpellative recognition by means of a guilt feeling, as well as the denial of the temporality of the process of interpellation. Strictly speaking, individuals do not become subjects, they always already are subjects. This double denial is to be read as a Freudian denial. What the timeless character of interpellation renders invisible is a kind of atemporal sequentiality that is far more complex than the theoretical theater staged by Althusser on behalf of the suspicious alibi of convenience and clarity. Let's stop there for a second.
I feel like I wish you would explain, because I do agree. Like our friends like Mikey and Nance will, and even Todd will say, like, sometimes Zizek moves too fast, where like he's all over the place. I feel like in this sense, like at the end of what you read, like I wish like you'd kind of explain more of like how this double denial would equate to like the Freudian denial of like negation, like as like for Neinung, right? I don't know if maybe he did explain it. I'm just not getting it, but I feel like that's like a sort of overreach, or it could be like something that's like, all right, explain Zizek.
I think
Real quick.
his mind is just so replete with these illusions that he can't help but let his argument spring off into 100 directions at once. So he says these things, he makes a reference to Freudian denial, and then just leaves it at that, which is quite annoying.
Right. But I do find this interesting how, like, because I never saw this and I would have to read the text itself again to see if there's a footnote to it, but that, like, he's referencing Lacan's thesis of the letter and how the letter always arrives at its destination.
Yeah,
And
Althusser
there's,
does say that
yeah.
he believes the letter does arrive at
Hmm.
its destination, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, that Althusser's or Zizek's getting that from Althusser's 3 note.
Three
He's
nodes. Okay.
mixing these together because that's where Althusser really gets into his theory of how the ideological and the unconscious are interwoven.
Right. And like for this reading of Lacan, the letter always arrives at its destination. It should be it's from the Purloined Letter. And in that, like, the letter should be seen, at least in that stage. Maybe one can make the argument that it's not, but not like the letter, like in the instance of the letter essay, or like the letter as it relates to like the unconscious and feminine jouissance, etc. in like the later Lacan, but like the message, right? So like the letter in the Portland letter is like the message that always arrives at its destination, and this like double reflection or double negation is it could be also seen as the inversion of the message, right? Like the message is always received in the inverted form. I think that's what Althusser is playing on, and not like this concept that we see in later Lacan called the lesser, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. But I just
Um,
kind of wanted to kind of put some context that, because that this essay gets debated, like, because was it it was Derrida that critiqued it by showing that there's like a metaphysics of presence within this like idea of the subject. But I think that's like a false reading. But I do find this reading that Zizek is positing from reading Althusser interesting, because he says right here that like one uh doesn't just simply become a subject, one is always already
yeah.
a subject, right? So I guess it puts into question like what the nature of ideology is, if it's not one that makes one always already a subject, but also continuously reproduces that process, um, vis-a-vis the capitalist relations of production. That's what's being reproduced, and you need interpolated subjects to do that. And he's trying to outline this notion of ideology that Lacan, or that not Lacan, that Althusser gets by referencing Pascal on pretty much fake it until you make it. Just believe it,
Yeah.
and the one,
Yeah. But he says that what's occluded here is temporality. And I do agree with him there. I think this precipitation of the certainty of ultimately fitting the mold of that I am the one that is addressed, that Althusser misses out on quite possibly.
Mhm.
I do think Zizek, he delineates it better here. So he definitely, as usual, raises more questions than he answers.
Yeah, I do. This like sequence though that like Althusser lays out of believing, suspecting, and knowing from the Hail. Um, it reminds me of, I think, what you said offline by reading it in the level of logical time, right? Um, with the moment of the glance, the hesitation that is embedded in between these movements, the moment of contemplation or comprehension, and the moment of conclusion of like who is the subject, which is like not a linear sequence, but based upon like what we talked about in that conversation with Nishi, the different deductions that create a temporality effect uh,
Yeah.
of
I
time.
mean, what's interesting is that Zizek is reading into the problematic that Althusser introduces here a series of gaps in a way that I think is actually very Althusserian in a strange way.
Mhm.
And what's lacking is the temporality of what Althusser presents, as he says, as a convenient and clear example, which papers over the complexity involved. And that's what Zizek seems to be trying to fill in these gaps with the missing temporality. I think that, and I plan to write something about this, our discussion about logical time actually it furnishes us with a better example of how interpolations work in the sense of the prisoner's dilemma. And I don't think I have the energy to even outline
Yeah.
involved in the prisoner's dilemma. But basically, the haste involved in the time that elapses between the instant of the glance and the moment of comprehending at least rhymed with the sort of haste to identify yourself. And Zizek's going to approach this as the one that the policeman may or may not be hailing.
Yeah. I guess, like, I'm also thinking of the complexity of, like, the function of interpolation, because if this is, like, this theatrical scene that Althusser lays out, but if one is always already a subject, is this necessarily a way in which interpolation is conducted? Because I'm thinking of, like, how is a worker necessarily interpolated? Like, what are the instances where one is caught in the believing, suspecting, and knowing? Um, and also, for instance, the theses that Althusser lays out regarding the ideological function, for instance, like ideology is one's imaginary representation of reality, right, in concrete social life. It's always related in an imaginarized form, and that, ideology has no history or knows no history. And he does align that in a similar way to the unconscious, which knows no time or knows nothing about contradiction. And so I wonder if these are ways in which interpolation can unfold. Because I feel like, in some sense, like, yes, Althusser is giving an example, but I think, like, this example of interpolation by the "Hey, you" there becomes so hyperbolic that I think we miss the the formulations of ideology and the way it relates to the state, and what I was talking about, the mirror effect of relations and representations of our concrete life within other
Yeah.
individuals,
And
and
I think that
the no history part.
Althusser's treatment of this in Three Notes is very tentative and convoluted in the way that he tries to explain the subject effect of the unconscious versus the subject effect of the ideological. He's playing around with these categories in an attempt to really, his agenda, I believe, is to subvert psychoanalysis to historical materialism. So
Mhm.
in historical materialism,
Yeah.
more so than he is in psychoanalysis.
Yeah.
And in trying to do that, he comes up with some very novel, inventive solutions. But I do think Zizek is right here in that his his inability to grasp the real doesn't really allow for this kind of precipitation of
Mhm.
the moment of identification to find its bearings in terms of everything else that he's talking about. Because, like I was saying before, the interpolation part of that essay, it does feel like he veers off into very unfamiliar territory there. If you read the entire essay, where it's like Okay, Althusser, but you really haven't explained how interpolation relates to the place within this nexus of relations that you're
Yeah.
finding,
And,
you know.
and I think that also goes back to this like reworking of like ideology versus like the process of generalities in which we could derive knowledge and especially like a science. I'm also thinking of like this interesting point, like if all subjects are subject of ideology, well then like how do we get the emergence of a Galileo? How do we get the emergence of a Marx who was able to create this scientific method after an epistemological break of of capital, right? Of an analysis of bourgeois social relations.
Well,
Yeah.
Marx would be something akin to a prince figure in that sense. You know, that is ultimately and dubiously the point that Althusser arrives at is that, well, Lenin is a prince figure. And when I say prince, I mean like Machiavelli's the prince,
Yeah, not like he's like
who's
purifying
able.
his waters,
Yeah.
the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
No,
That
I'm not
prince.
talking about, yeah.
You got to purify your ideology in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Shirts versus skins. Yeah, yeah, no, he's saying Marx is the artist formerly known as Prince. You know, he's got his raspberry beret on. No, but like Machiavelli's Prince for Althusser is this figure that is so attuned to the movement of history that he's able to answer to the hidden demands of the conjuncture that arises in the way that Lenin was able to tackle the moment that emerged at its most ripened point where
Right. I guess.
it became so blaring.
Mhm.
That's not exactly what he means by like Machiavelli's the prince, but it's
No, no, no. Well, I guess this kind of goes to like this question that Althusser has about like the spontaneous philosophy and the spontaneous philosophy of the scientist. So I wonder if that like is somehow aligned with like this idea of the prince, like someone who's attuned to like the social reality and the concrete reality that they're investigating versus philosophy that's always presupposing concepts and ideas onto society, right? And this is where like Althusser not only privileges science, but a materialist politics that start with a concrete given social relation for a science to be driven from. And in the early Althusser prior to the four Marx, even before he gets into Marx, he sees this in his sort of what do they call like his own sort of like singular writings, his monographs on like Montesquieu, Machiavelli, or like Rousseau, where I'm not sure for Rousseau per se, but more Montesquieu he sees as like an actual scientist and a materialist thinker because he doesn't start from like a preconceived notion of
oh,
society, but from a relation.
I'll show you
Almost
something.
like a physicist. Almost like a physicist. This is more like a physicist.
Actually, I don't have it available, but he sees Rousseau as someone who is able to think a mode of production avant la lettre in a sense because he understands that there is a pure contingency that would divide the savage from the barbarian.
Hmm.
And he says that, well, something happened in between these stages of the discovery of iron weapons that affected the social formation. We don't know what, but he says that Rousseau makes a pretty groundbreaking discovery in actually positing a pure materialist intervention of nature itself as determining a complete reconfiguration of the utopian primordial state of man.
Hmm. Hmm.
Rousseau is one of these thinkers that really complicates natural law philosophy in that way. He innovates natural law philosophy in that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, should we keep reading? We're almost
Yeah,
done.
I could take
Oh,
on
yeah.
this next section. So you stopped at after reading
We're
so you're on the first thing that strikes the eye, right?
we're wait. I'm sorry. I'm going up and down here. The repressed. This
Okay,
repressed sequence.
that's right. This repressed sequence concerns guilt feeling of a purely formal, non-pathological, in the Kantian sense, nature. A guilt which is for that very reason weighs most heavily upon those individuals who have nothing on their conscience. That is to say, wouldn't and precisely consists the individual's first reaction to the policeman's "Hey, you there," in an inconsistent mixture of two elements. Why me? What does the policeman want from me? I'm innocent. I was just minding my own business and strolling around. However, this perplexed protestation of innocence is always accompanied by an indeterminate Kafkaesque feeling of abstract guilt, a feeling that, in the eyes of power, I am a priori terribly guilty of something, although it is not possible for me to know what precisely I am guilty of. And for that reason, since I don't know what I am guilty of, I am even more guilty. Or more pointedly, it is in this very ignorance of mine that my true guilt consists of. I will say that is very psychoanalytically on point right there in regards
You
when
know
we
what
do
I'm
this.
gonna say, but
Oh yeah, I'll let you say that. I'll let you
no,
say
no,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep reading. What we have here is thus the entire, okay, there we go. Lacanian structure of the subject split between innocence and abstract indeterminate guilt, confronted with a non-transparent call emanating from the big other, capital O. Hey, you there. A call where it is not clear to the subject what the other actually wants from him. Que boy. In short, what we encounter here is an interpellation prior to identification, prior to the recognition and the call of the big other, by means of which the individual constitutes himself as always already subject. We are obliged to acknowledge this timeless instance of the impasse in which innocence coincides with the indeterminate guilt. The ideological identification by means of which I assume a symbolic mandate and recognize myself as the subject of power takes place only as an answer to this impasse. So we are again at the tension between the public law and its obscene superego underside. The ideological recognition in the call of the big other is the act of identification, of identifying oneself as the subject of the public law, of assuming one's place in the symbolic order, whereas the abstract indeterminate guilt confronts the subject with an impenetrable call that precisely prevents identification, recognition of one's symbolic mandate. The paradox here is that the obscene superego underside is, in one and the same gesture, the necessary support of the public symbolic law, and the traumatic vicious circle, the impasse that the subject endeavors to avoid by way of taking refuge in public law. In order to assert itself, public law has to resist its own foundation to render it invisible. So, what remains unthought in Althusser's theory of interpellation is thus the fact that prior to ideological recognition, we have an intermediate moment of obscene, impenetrable interpellation without identification, a kind of vanishing mediator that has to become invisible if the subject is to achieve symbolic identity, to accomplish the gesture of subjectivization. In short, the unthought of Althusser is that there is already an uncanny subject that precedes the gesture of subjectivization. Is not this subject prior to subjectivization a pure theoretical construction and as such of no use for a concrete social analysis? Question mark. Evidence to the contrary is offered by this syntagm that recurs regularly when social workers attempt to render their experience of antisocial adolescent criminals who lacks what we ideologically call the elementary sense of compassion and moral responsibility. When you look into his eyes, it seems as if there is nobody at home. The key Althusserian text here is three notes on the theory of the discourse. In the first note, Althusser proposes the hypothesis according to which each of the four fundamental types of discourse implies a specific mode of subjectivity that is brings about its own effect of subject. In ideological discourse, the subject is present and the subject is present in person. In scientific discourse, it is absent in person. In aesthetic discourse, it is present through interposed persons. Par personnes interposées. I don't speak French, so pardon my pronunciation. In unconscious discourse, the subject is neither present nor simply absent, but a gap represented by a placeholder. So that would be the signifier, I'd imagine. In the third note, however, Althusser suddenly and rather unexpectedly pulls back and constrains the subject to ideological discourse, emphasizing that one can speak of the subject of science or the subject of the unconscious only in a metaphorical sense. The moment we accept this position, of course, we are compelled to repudiate the very notion of the divided subject. As Althusser puts it, there is no divided subject, there is only the subject plus the abyss, the Spaltung, that gapes between the subject and the order of discourse. Le manque du sujet ne peut être dit sujet. In short, Lacan illegitimately identifies the void, the gap that undermines the self-identity of the subject with the subject itself. Should I keep going and finish these last few paragraphs?
Yeah, I'll finish it up.
Yeah. Yeah, let's finish this up. Our Lacanian standpoint compels us here to persist with Althusser. I against Althusser 1, that of the four effects of subject, against Althusser 2, that of ideological status of the subject. Althusser's constraining of the subject to ideology is a clear case of a theoretical regression. That's an interesting take there. Yeah, we could see that, yeah. The four effects of subjects in Althusser 1 are clearly not of equal weight. There are two candidates for the role of the subject par excellence, either the ideological subject present en personne or the subject of the unconscious, a gap in the structure, so the split subject that is merely represented by the signifier. Althusser opted for the first choice, ideological status of the subject, whereas from the Lacanian standpoint, the second choice seems far more productive. It allows us to conceive of the remaining three effects of the subject as the derivations, occultations of the divided subject, as the three modes of coming to terms with the gap in the structure that is the subject. An additional argument for the Lacanian choice is provided by the symptomal reading of Althusser himself. I like that. Is not the shift in Althusser's theory announced by his essay on Lenin and philosophy, the self-critical repudiation of the theoreticist deviation, the assertion of a class struggle in theory, the theory's self-referentiality, that is, the notion that theory is included in its object, a kind of return of the repressed, of the dimension of the subject of the signifier, question mark. What is indicative here is Althusser's new definition of philosophy, which encapsulates this shift. No longer, end quote, philosophy is the theory of theoretical practice, end quote, but, quote, philosophy represents politics, class struggle in theory, quote. Is this not a clear variant of Lacan's a signifier represents the subject for another signifier? Class struggle as the gap that prevents totalization is the sole true subject of history, whereas philosophy is the master signifier that represents the subject, the class struggle for the theory within the field of knowledge, S2. It's kind of interesting how he ends it with the theory of the discourse as the master's discourse, i.e., the signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. Because when he mentions, the notes on the discourse, and Althusser talks about what is it? You have ideological discourse, unconscious discourse, aesthetic discourse, and scientific discourse. I was hoping that he would talk about the four discourses, and I mean Althusser, but it's interesting how he says there's an unconscious discourse, because that would be the master's discourse, right? Is the conscious discourse. It is that S1, a signifier, which represents the barred subject, a subject, to another signifier, S2, right? But this addressing isn't a closed circuit. There's always a gap, and that's represented by the product, which is objet A, right? It's not only the surplus enjoyment of work and knowledge, but also the gap that cannot become closed. There's no closure, right? There's always an impasse. And that we could see aligned too with discourse of science as well.
Hmm.
So I think in some sense, Zizek is right to even pose like, if there's a return to the repressed in like, uh, the theory of Marxism, it's represented in the subject itself as Althusser who split, right?
Yeah, this is one of Zizek's classic moves where he expands his argument to include Althusser or any theoretician he's talking about to explain how their own attempts to resolve a certain problem in the course of their elaboration of a theory actually illustrate something pertinent.
Yeah, something
Well,
impossible, and that like they stop
it's
at their own impasse.
and this is his genius, right? It's like he's able to invert everything to show you what's going on inside the actual movement of the theory itself. But this was a tough one. This was tough for me right now. I'm kind of trying to come to terms with everything he's saying because the three notes essay is really difficult too. And it's interesting to read Althusser attempting to resolve this problem without having at his disposal all of the familiar conceptual tools that we can use to talk about the real enjoyment, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. I found this essay very interesting because, yeah, he's trying to explain in three notes how the unconscious, which is characterized as an acephalic way of thinking that is subjectless, where the subject is always anticipated, where the placeholder of the signifier is always awaiting its terminal point. How would that align with the subject of ideology, who, when he says is present en personne, means that to me, well, what he's talking about here is this German word, Träger, support. And this is a key term in reading Capital when I can't remember. I think it might be Balabar. It might be Althusser too. I think they both use it to talk about how, well, the subject there, in the Marxist sense, the wage earner is the bearer of economic relations and economic forces which are beyond the ken of the individual to truly grasp in their entirety. And they're just these nodal points along this structural network. This is where he invites so much criticism because it's like, okay, you're going to jettison humanism only to favor a view which seems very counterproductive to anything like emancipation because it's what you seem to be advocating or almost proselytizing in the name of is an absolute stasis, an inescapable sort of closure of structure. And, you know, everybody in reading Capital is struggling to explain transitions between one mode of production and another, and their answers are all insufficient. And this is, I think, one of the reasons that they all pursue different directions later on, Balabar, Rancière, because these hinge points are underdeveloped. They can't account for sort of temporality. And in Althusser's account of interpellation, again, the temporality is lacking.
And I think the only thing he comes closest to talk about transitions is this like dialectic. He calls it materialist dialectic in for Marx of like overdetermination and contradiction. But I think it still doesn't really have a thorough account for a transition from, let's say, feudalism to capitalism. Or like the only example you could really give is like why was Russia able to enact the socialist revolution of October 17th? It wasn't because the conditions were ripe for socialism, but that they were overdeterminedly ripe for a bourgeois revolution, right? And so Russia at the time of like World War I and whatever was going on internally, um, it was, as Lenin calls, the weakest link, right, within the social totality of like global politics and global relations. But again, like that might be like the closest we get to understanding transition. I think this is what who popped into mind was Jameson. I really feel like Jameson has that ability to like talk about structural causality and also able to give a sort of dialectic of a transition between different modes of production and the way ideology and history in its temporal form operate.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bringing together Lucas and Althusser to sort of reconcile both of these currents. I mean, he makes use of semiotics here. He makes use of an entire motley array of different, mostly like high-minded and fairly like inaccessible references to different literary figures and their works and everything to try to resolve this. With Zizek here, I think what he's doing is it's kind of obvious that he's favoring the subject of the unconscious and saying that this role of Traeger, the support of the different nodal points in which the subject is interpolated in these relations of production, this concept is insufficient because, as Zizek points out, it's too clear cut, right? The response to the hail is too clear cut because it's almost as if it's like, Althusser, bro, are you actually just like making an apology for the amazing efficiency of capitalism and its, you know, indestructibility? It's, like, and that is maybe how much of Althusser in a strange way could be read as an apology for the amazing machinery that is the capitalist mode of production and why it can't be transcended. That's the strange corner that he paints himself into, I feel. Um, and the whole thing with class struggle here, what he says, the theoreticist deviation, Althusser, the main charge leveraged against him was that he was a theoreticist, that his overemphasis on theory basically barred the way forward. I don't think that's necessarily true, but he really tried to make up for that throughout his life, and I think it was an injection of Maoism into his dubious alliance with the party that was supposed to do that. So he brings in class struggle in Lenin and philosophy to say, no, actually, you've got me all wrong. Class struggle is the overarching, all encompassing, and definitive. It is the real. He doesn't know it's the real, but it is the real that intervened in every period of history. But he doesn't develop that enough
Yeah.
to really justify his claim that
Yeah. And,
history.
and that's an interesting formulation that Zizek is making, because like in that Althusser of Lenin and philosophy, we have this idea of philosophy, which is always undergoing revision in alpha, just as much as science does. But in some instances, science seems to be more along the line of theory and like a theoretical body from his generalities that is this field of knowledge, right? Science has to do with the field of knowledge. And the same way as like Lacan's S2, which is the impasse of the other capital O, represents the treasure trove of knowledge or of signifiers. And so like this signifier of class struggle, which is the subject of the unconscious, is always divided and it has to be absent. It can only be represented by uh, the notion of philosophy, but a notion that's like, in a sense, a trait of Marxism, right? And that's the thing. Yeah, Marxism does have a scientific aspect to it, but like it, its sort of unary trait comes from the father of philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, its unary trait comes from Western Marxism, from Lukács.
Right. Yeah. And I think, as an aside, interestingly enough, what Gregory Elliott says, and a lot of what I'm talking about is me being fresh off the heels of reading Gregory Elliott's Althusser Towards Theory.
Right. Which I have not read that one, and I have heard that's a good one. I only read Pangiotis's work on rethinking communism
Which
or philosophy.
I plan to read that one. I read this one on Varn's recommendation because I was listening to Varn talk to Nico Villar
Nico Villarreal, yeah.
about Althusser and the debate he had with E.B. Thompson, and Varn recommended Gregory Elliott's text, which is a Verso publication. And yeah, it's a really amazing text where he is able to situate all of these debates within their historical context, give credit where it's due to Althusser, but show where all these loose ends are.
Mm-hmm.
Because, Althusser became as disavowed as he was initially embraced, with the same haste, like with the same rapidity of, oh, this is the guy. He's got the new project for Marxism. This is great. Also, all right, this is useless.
Yeah.
Too extreme. But I think that, yeah, like Zizek's critique holds a lot of water. The only issue that I have here is what we already alluded to, which is that, okay, let's not misrecognize what Althusser is trying to do with these speculations, which are always very tentative. You can see that this isn't something that he's worked out in his mind ahead of time. It's being worked out in the theory itself, which is exactly what theory is to him, right?
In some sense, he reminds me of the way Freud writes. Now, I'll say Freud is more Talmudic because he's always giving footnotes, in each text, like that. So you can't just read the text and stuff. You also have to read all these footnotes that he's positing in like a few years later. But I feel like in some instance, like this is where Althusser, like Freud, is embodying not just the scientist, but a subject of science that's always split, addressing the field of knowledge and revisiting things,
Exactly.
which is a traumatic position to be in, but in some
It is
ways,
a
like end up
traumatic
pushing the impasse further, right?
always deferring the impasse, which is what I love about Althusser. He teaches us how to do theory, but
Mhm.
in doing that, doing theory in the manner that he elaborates these ideas, you're going to lose a lot of people along the way because it's kind of like, all right, what are you trying to say? What am I supposed
Mhm.
to get?
Yeah.
Think about
Yeah.
this. It's like that, and he's never really going to settle. But that's his brilliance. If you
Yeah.
think about Zizek, I think it's like, all right, Zizek is coming from a reading of Lacan that is much more, vastly more comprehensive. Althusser said he never read Lacan, which I don't believe. Althusser had this weird, maybe it was something fetishistic in his own right, or symptomal, where he would pretend that he hadn't read things. He would say, "Oh, I've never read this," or I didn't. I'm unfamiliar with the history of philosophy. Instead of being like, I've read everything, he was like the opposite, where he would
Yeah.
plead
He's so
ignorance.
humble. Yeah.
I don't even know if it's humility. It's a weird kind of like deflection in some
Yeah.
strange way. But the the only thing is, and you already pointed it out, articulated it better than I'm doing now, but it's basically obviously Zizek repurposes whoever he reads for his own purposes, and I'm fully aware of that. But nonetheless, I don't think that his criticisms here should be broken as like you to not read Althusser and to think that well, it's everything in Althusser been sublated and absorbed and standard upon in Zizek, so we don't need to read Althusser. That there's plenty to be gleaned from there's works. But again, it's like, well, what Althusser is approaching Mark as someone who wants to return to the technique that allowed Marx to explore the problematics embedded in and inherent in classical political economy or classical economy to make it political. And in trying to reinforce what was wobbly in Marx, his he puts his focus on, again, as we said before, this theory of the state, which is lacking, which is wanting.
Yeah.
Theory of interpellation, which again, kudos to him for pairing with psychoanalysis when he had very mixed feelings about it.
Mhm.
Oh, really having a deeply textual um, relationship to it. His idea of interpolation is not the most developed, but I don't think Althusser would really care all that much that his theory of interpolation might be somewhat undercooked because it's in service of something different, of a different project. The issue with Zizek handling of Althusser here is that, again, it's because of Zizek's own historical inheritance based on what we were talking about before. I liked how you said it, the sort of the trauma post May 68
Mhm.
and the abandonment of Marxism or
The end of the Cold War, the
and
post Yugoslavia.
his own vacillation between embracing forms of democratic socialism and then populism and then I don't know what the
What's even called now?
I don't even know what you would call
Yeah.
Zizek's political takes now. I don't know that they're all that important. It's like his focus on the superego and enjoyment and jouissance and the underside of the law. While a lot of that does definitely align with Lacan and Freud, um, again, what's swept under the rug are relations of possession. And I don't
And
see exactly
yeah.
why.
And I know you wanted to put a hold on Rosicner. I think maybe we could
Yeah,
return to that because, like,
absolutely.
I think Rosicner offers like, an important element when thinking the superego. Now, granted, he was not a fan of Lacan as much as he was not even a fan of Althusser or Althusserians more in Latin America. But I do think in the way that he reads Freud's social writings, I can't help but see a lot of similarities to Lacan in the way that they like read Freud exegetically, but also derive certain problems in Freud. Now, he's doing it in a way to see how, in some ways, Freud has a revolutionary method that goes beyond the pathologies of bourgeois social relations and bourgeois subjectivity, or in a sense, how like he's thinking about like a subject for the left because the subject is plagued by the bourgeois subject, and when it's not, like it has no subject, no cause, so that's why it could never formulate like a class struggle in the Marxist sense. Like he thinks it needs a subject. This is how he starts the preface or for the Freud and the Limits of Bourgeois Individualism, advocating for a subject for the left. But like this idea of the superego for him is at one, the way that the social formations and we could say, for lack of a better term, the relations of production are internalized by the individual, and that helps to perpetuate political power and domination onto it, as well as guilt, like the inheritance of something. And also, like, I like the way that he reads, like, Freud's Totem and Taboo and even Freud's theory of religion, because, like, with Freud's theory of religion and, like, Moses and monotheism, as community is always founded by an outsider. And so,
I
therefore,
should
that
say
outsider. Yeah.
very maligned texts.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
like the most maligned Moses and monotheism is panned
Yeah.
universally, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. But, like,
I'm making
this idea.
of those texts,
Oh,
considering
yeah.
they're more popular. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But like this aligns with like the whole idea of the myth of the primal horde, where it's like, yes, you have the horde and you have the sons and the women, but it's not clear if we have civilization or a community as such. We don't have a community until we kill the father. And so, like, even though Moses is the founder of like, you know, the Judaism, and freeing the people, we don't have that community until after Moses is killed or something like that, according to Freud. And so, like, that has to be hidden by this traumatic, like, injuncture of the law. So like we have the Ten Commandments, we have the Talmudic law, or forgive me if my verbiage of Jewish history is off, but like the way Rosicrucian applies to Western society is like also the introduction of monotheism itself with its injunctions that hides the sort of traumatic kernel. And we could see him relay that same myth of origin to hide a trauma with capitalism as well, right? And how like religion ties into that. And why I like the outline of Rosichter more than I do with Zizek, because like one of the things that Rosichter shows is that, okay, Freud shows us in Civilization and Discontent that like civilization is hard as fuck. Even with the primary process of the pleasure principle, which is for us to find this minimum point of tension or the best point of tension, homeostasis, that we produce more suffering. And the extension of the pleasure principle and the reality principle in concrete capitalist life and bourgeois society still furthers that more. And so ways we try to uh, alleviate it is what he calls a narcotic life, using narcotics. And that could be literal substances like alcohol and drugs, or, yeah, I got my mango cart right here. But religion as an opium of the masses, religion as a way to find Edenic bliss. Um,
Oceanic feeling.
Oceanic feeling, science and art as ways to find a technique for human suffering, even though it's like technology, knowledge, or like nice culture. It's ultimately a narcotic in its own for the bourgeois subject. And the neurotic is that final solution, because even trying to fall in love and be in relations with other people is fucking hard, right? Love is not what we think of it. So, like, the neurotic split subject is that solution, but it's not the only solution, right? The whole thing is that like we need to think of like new forms to liberate ourselves as a creative subject. And that's where this idea of like spontaneous group and revolutionary group come up, because these subjects of science, of art, religion, and even the neurotic themselves, while the neurotic exemplifies the split subjectivity of the bourgeois subject, its solution only causes further suffering. And this can only be seen from psychoanalysis, from Freud. But it's like what
Yeah.
Rosichter shows better is that how is Freud doesn't elaborate on the spontaneous or the revolutionary group, right? We have different affects, different corporalities in the revolutionary group versus an artificial group which maintains Oedipal rivalry, fatherly identification, and narcissistic rivalry, right? In the Oedipus complex. That's my long spiel, but I feel like there's something to that that's far more elegant, far more exegetical in a psychoanalytic way, that I feel like, okay, yeah, superego as transgression, sure. Why not? That's fine. Good. But what do we get
Right.
from there?
Yeah, and I mean, one of the issues I have with, yes, superego as transgression is that it seems to attempt to, what's the word I want to use here? Um, Streamline and homogenize all of these eight different currents that we're talking about, which are currents of the possibility.
Yeah.
And what this might be kind of off the wall. I don't know if it has any resonance with what you were talking about before when you're mentioning these various subjects, art, religion, or uh, political subject. One thing I like about Althusser is he talks about with uneven development, the idea of different temporalities pertaining to art, philosophy, science, that they are on different, for lack of a better term, timelines. And I feel like this overemphasis on superego and transgression, it is a kind of hasty solution. It's a solution that doesn't it doesn't recognize the possibility of
Yeah, and I don't want to dunk on like the inherent transgression too much because there is some
no,
utility to
no,
that
not at
analysis.
all.
But I think he focuses more on the ritualistic acts of it versus the institutional form that it embodies. And with that, this is why I also find Rosicner's analysis interesting because not only does he see that with the superego, but the death drive. So the death drive for Zizek, of course, is supposed to be this point of like liberation, right? Because he thinks that like, oh, the more we fail better. But I think that ends up into this sort of like political nihilism, or like we end up into like politics of defeat. For Rosichr, he sees the death drive latent within bourgeois social institutions and a bourgeois culture, which maybe the inherent transgressions like the lynchings, that happened during the civil rights and even prior after like the Reconstruction era could be a form of death drive as well as superego, but it's death driven because it's a way for the bourgeois subject to channel aggression. That's not to say that the death drive and aggression are one and the same, but the death drive is able to channel the aggression of bourgeois subjectivity and their affective domain in these institutions. Institutions of racism, institutions of war, of like police, and state domination and the repressive. Because for Althusser, right, repressive state apparatus doesn't mean like the repression of psychoanalysis. No, it actually means literal violence. Like if you try to protest, oh yeah, best believe that the SWAT or not SWAT, that the police and ICE are coming to detain you and beat you to death. And so, some sense like the bourgeois institutions, whether it be ideological or repressive state, are in a sense death driven, and they build a culture of death drive.
And to add to that, and I think this is the last thing I want to say before we wrap this up. If you've got more to add, please do. But yes, I don't really like how Zizek equates lynchings in the deep south with the gulag. I don't think it's completely off the mark, but I think that these as examples of inherent transgression, which somehow indicate something that would speak more to like a kind of fundamental anthropological situation or human nature, the essence of human nature, that there's an idealism and an essentialism that comes about through this overemphasis on the notion of inherent transgression. And I believe that, yes, in analysis, jouissance maybe is an enjoyment that does have some being outside of class. Maybe, yes. Um, I think a good analyst should be attuned to certain subtleties that would separate uh, the one kind of class register from another, but that no, jouissance, yes, I agree, should be just treated as, what is it, c'est parler, or like it speaks. Yes, there is something fundamental and stupid about enjoyment, which doesn't always need to have a certain like class inflection attached to it. What Althusser is doing in this three notes essay is trying to explain how, as I was saying before, the subject of the unconscious would be enfolded into the subject of ideology en personne. But for Althusser, he's going to say in his interview with Fernanda Navarro that the dominant ideology is always incoherent. It isn't Gramsci's hegemonic ideology, which Gramsci gives too much credit to the state for like having a streamlined worldview contained in the ideology. It's always incoherent, and ideologies are always made up of many different sinews of ideology, which are class based. So there is a core incoherence to ideology, but therein lies the possibility of freedom. I think one move that Zizek makes is he seems to import what I was saying about the kind of jouissance that we get through free association and speech in the session, which almost, yes, like we have to, if we're analysts, I'm not one, but approaches in a non-qualitative way onto society, this idea of society and community. And there is a kind of a sneakiness to that move. I hope some of that does that make any sense? It's kind of like that's not necessarily true of the community.
Unity.
And the people.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
I
know
think
if
this.
I'm
Well, I
explaining
think
it
this
to
is.
there, but
Yeah, I do think though that like this bears to mind like why I like to differentiate Lacan from Zizek and Zizek's reading of Lacan because again I already mentioned the collapse of ideology onto one subject, but like Seminar 16, I like the analysis of Pascal because like Pascal comes from this background of the noblesse de robe, which is like the sort of like aristocratic class, which is different from the I forget the term in French, but it's like the nobles of the sword, right? Um, and so like it's like this sort of proto uh, bourgeois class, but very aristocratic. So like he hung out with a lot of like gamblers and people that were like more libertine, not sexually, but more like getting drunk and gambling. So that's where like he gets the wager from like being around gamblers. But
oh,
he
really?
afforded that lifestyle from his father. And of like being a part of that noblesse de robe and being able to have that leisure and OTM to study science and mathematics, but he was a Jansenist. He fell into Jansenism, and Jansenism, for those who don't know, is a form of like interesting Catholicism. It's like hyper Augustinian, and where like they're also like in a sense like Calvinists, where like predetermined predestination is a big thing because like I forget the full name of the dude who started Jansenism, but he uncovered something from like you know big Catholic theology, a big debate between Saint Augustine and another contemporary of his, Pelagius, where Pelagius and Augustine had this argument about grace, right? The nature of grace, that for grace and atonement we need God's grace and mercy for that because of this idea of original sin. This is Augustine, but Pelagius denied the idea of original sin and thought that because we have free will, we could get grace from works alone in
And
our
this
own
has
free
to do with determinism, predeterminism.
determinism. And this is where the Jansenist movement not only doubles down on original sin, but also that God owes us nothing and only the elect are able to
Mm.
be saved, right? And this sort of despair. I say all this long tangent for this idea of Pascal's, worldview, which Lacan not only points out, but Lacan's contemporary Lucien Goldman, a French Lucasian, points out in his Hidden God text about like the noblesse Europe and the Pascalian tragic
Mm.
Weltanschauung paves the way for the bourgeois subjectivity, right?
Wow.
And so like you have on the one hand like this bourgeois subjectivity of despair that sees no end, everybody deserves nothing, we're all in pestilence, we're all sinners in God's eyes, but God wants something from us and loves us. And so in a sense it's like in the realm of capitalism, in the commodified field of the market, it's like the invisible hand owes us nothing, but yet we are called to participate, right, and believe, right? And I think there's something more to that from thinking of it in the lens of Lacan, because like Lacan shows that Pascal is not only in a sense like there's like a perverse twist to the wager, but also that Pascal is ultimately this like interesting capitalist subject, right? Um, and the Marxist side tries to combat that only to censor the demands of the workers. I think there's something to that because he then shows that there is a split between the sentiment and ideology of despair from the bourgeois class, the Pascalian type, and even the intellectuals, and the workers who demand better pay, better working hours, et cetera, et cetera. And what the Marxist intellectuals get wrong is they think that they're desiring revolution. And because they can only see that their demands on the level of consciousness, like, no, you really want freedom, you really want the revolution, they censor them. So censorship operates on that, right? So this is what I guess what kind of goes back in my long-winded tangent is the distinction between the bourgeois subject, the Pascalian subject, right? Who wants you to believe, that wants you to uh, renounce for a better world tomorrow, and it's only for the elect few, right? If I elect you, it's because you are worthy of God's eyes, or you're worthy of the invisible hand, or the demands of the working class, right? That have demands, they're not put into desire, but there's something demanding. There's something that is symptomatic of the contradiction to capitalism, but not an ideology formulated, right? And so I think that's where Lacan exploits, like, or he shows how the Marxists exploit this by thinking, oh, you want revolution, let's go out into the streets, but you're
This is
you're
16.
protesting, yeah, you're protesting, and the workers' demands are not the same, and therefore you dupe the workers and you censor their thought, right?
Do you think what you're delineating here is actually a much more possibly fruitful way of critiquing the kind of humanism that Althusser is making an enemy? Or
I guess, yeah, like in a sense, like because Lacan is the face that he has in mind is Lucien Goldman. He doesn't really say much about Althusser in Seminar 16, although I feel like Lacan develops a theory of ideology that you say is way different from Althusser that can't be like in the bounds of interpellation. Um, but I think it's like this sort of reaction to the other and like the whole in the other, the whole in uh capitalist or bourgeois reality where you have the Pascalian wager, right? Or like the way in which like the Marxists intellectuals of its time are trying to use the masses of workers as this other that needs to be completed. This other, like, let me fulfill your demands. I'm plugging in your demands with the theory of revolution, right? Where all their
I
demands are just like, I just
uh,
want better pay. Huh?
I have to pee so bad, but I don't know.
Same.
Should we stop it right there? This is the
I
biological
yeah.
rearing its head.
Yeah. Maybe we should, yeah. in that long-winded.
That was great though.
Yeah.
That wow. Damn, I gotta read Lucien Goldman now. I gotta so much.
Yeah,
I
not enough
gotta
time.
dive into. Not enough
Only
time.
logical time.
We're working men, you know, we understand. Pay me more is
Pay me
still a
more.
question that is, always on our minds, so you can take from this conversation whatever you want, but we are not sitting behind desks here. Well, I have a desk, but we're not sitting behind our the provost desk here. We are definitely not speaking ex cathedra, I think is the we're speaking from the point of view of like, yeah, you could use higher wages.
Yeah,
So, you know, and that I didn't see that in this essay, so should have
yeah,
ended with, yeah,
yeah.
with a theory within the field of knowledge as to also pay people more.
Did you try the new Baja Blast pie from Taco Bell? Me, I housed the whole 2 pies while watching QVC off a 3 half-strength diazepam. You see, when I was younger, Baja Blast was just a drink. Didn't have no crust. You couldn't cut it with no knife. You didn't huff it. You didn't snort it. You didn't mainline it. And it wasn't no pie. So in what world can a soda be a pie? There are those that look at things the way they are and ask, why? I dream of things that never were and ask, why not? George Bernard Shaw. You see, soda ain't soda no more. Why do these things? Baja Blast pie, Dubai chocolate, Labubus just pop up out of nowhere. What is the real story behind these marketing campaigns? Let's just assume it's a conspiracy. Okay, but then what's the ultimate point of the conspiracy? Is Dubai chocolate a conspiracy? I think so. But what's the purpose? Commencing the 5th annual meeting of the Wilmington, Delaware chapter of the Skull and Bone Society. Our first order of business. Flood the market with Dubai chocolate. Sounds heinously evil. But what's the end goal? The end goal is to flood the market with Dubai chocolate. Okay, but why? Why are we flooding the market with Dubai chocolate? Exactly how is it evil? I don't know. It's just evil. And it is evil. And no, there ain't no end goal. Let's just pump everything full of Dubai chocolate and see what happens. It can't be good. And that's the point. Maybe it's a conspiracy. But maybe all conspiracies don't even need to have a goal. People just like to conspire. I don't know about you, but the impact of Dubai chocolate, Labubus, 6-7, has made my life marginally worse. Now look, I've never tried Dubai chocolate, and I've never had the pleasure of holding a Labubu. Maybe if I weren't such an old stick in the mud, I could actually derive some enjoyment from these commodities. Maybe a Labubu would be a much needed surplus add to my life. But my point isn't about whether or not these things, in and of themselves, suck. It's about how everything is allowed to be in everything else, and become everything else. If Dubai chocolate can go into anything, a milkshake, a burrito, a Pete Hegseth Labubu that secretes the green paste from his eyeballs, then pretty much everything in capitalism just contains everything else in nucleo. All things are interchangeable. I was at a cockfight recently watching a new episode of The Simpsons, and the whole Simpsons family was dressed like the Addams family. Maggie was Cousin It, Lisa was Wednesday, and then they were dressed like Star Wars characters. And then they were dressed like Totoro. And I was just wondering, like, who is writing this crap? I know you're gonna say, well, that's probably just ChatGPT. But stuff like this has been around for a few years. Way before LLMs were writing comedy and drama. Like, it saddens me that there's a group of Harvard flunkies sitting in a writer's room being like, what if the Simpsons were the Addams family? What if the Simpsons were the last airbender? What if Mr. Burns was Jeffrey Epstein? Okay, that would be kind of funny. Like, what is this? Like, can someone tell me what this is? I hate this. Could it be that the form of the pie always already contained Baja Blast and Potentia? Maybe we should assume Baja Blast is always already, in a certain sense, contained in every particle of the air we breathe, and every atom of the matter we touch. Baja Blast exists embryonically within all forms. Listen, maybe if everything is interchangeable with everything else, all commodities will become leveled in value to such a point that the universal equivalent of money will no longer have any meaning effectively, and the illusion that exchange value is an intrinsic property of a commodity will fall away, and capitalism will just undergo a transubstantiation into something else because we won't have an abstract measure of value anymore, and the circuit of MCM prime will be disrupted. But I doubt it. No, I think we're in it for the long haul, and now that we've got AI, we can synthesize all media and data to conform to our wildest fantasies. Only I worry our fantasies won't actually be all that wild. Our desires will be more or less snuffed out, and we'll entirely outsource the contents of our fantasies to AI so that it can mold our dreams out of pre-made, overly franchised, bespoke IP. One day it'll just be like, yo, chat, I want to see a movie about if Mecha Frieza teamed up with Naruto to fight the Smurfs, but it's like the band Kiss themed Smurfs. And then, in under 10 seconds, it spits out an entire feature film made in accordance with your specifications. You watch 10 seconds of it, you get bored, and you move on. Anyway, in my world, Simpsons ain't Star Wars, and Star Wars certainly ain't Simpsons. I'll leave you with one final question. If everything really is interchangeable with everything else, then look at this image and ask yourself, is it cake? No, really. Is it cake? Is this cake? How about me? Am I cake? I don't know. He strips pie from Taco Bell. Oh man.
All right, let's kick things over to I'm going to call this a blind reading, or I think the politically correct term is hard of seeing reading of a lesson. That's what us Lacanians in the know call the lectures or chapters of the seminar. And we're going to read something from Seminar 1. I thought, you know what? It's time to revisit a chapter of Seminar 1. No, not Seminar 1. I tricked you. 1 plus 1 equals a return to the not 2. We will be reading a chapter from Seminar 2, the second part of his lecture on the dream of Irma's injection. This popped into my head the other day. Once I was in analysis and I used that phrase, pops in my head. And my analyst was like, pops in your head. He's Australian. That's not a good Australian. Pops in your head. He doesn't sound like that. Pops in your head. Pop, pop. That's what I called my grandfather, Pop Up. So he was like, pops in your head. Your dad is living? second life in your head. All right. This is the conclusion to the dream of Irma's injection. I'm going in hard of seeing, reading this to all y'all. And I'll be making minimal commentary along the way. And I'm curious to see what we rediscover in this chapter. All right. Let's dive in. What did you get out of M. Graul's lecture yesterday evening? In what way does it relate to our customary objects? Who has time to distill its moral? What are your impressions? Marcel Graul made a rapid allusion to the Islamization of an important segment of the populations of the Sudan, to the fact that the latter continue to function with a symbolic register while belonging to a style of religious credo clearly dissonant with this system. Their demand on this level is manifested in a very precise manner. For instance, when they ask to be taught Arabic, because Arabic is the language of the Quran, that's a tradition which goes a long way back, is very much alive, and appears to have all manner of means for keeping itself afloat. Unfortunately, he left us hanging in mid-air. You mustn't get the impression that Sudanese civilization doesn't deserve its name. We have sufficient evidence of its creations and of its metaphysics to put into question the single scale by which we think we can gauge the quality of civilizations. Who has read Levi Strauss's most recent article? That is what he is alluding to. Certain errors in our way of looking at things stem from the fact that we use a single scale to gauge the quality, the exceptional character of a civilization. The conditions in which these people live may at first sight seem rather harsh, rather precarious from the point of view of comfort and of civilization, but they seem nonetheless to receive very powerful support in the symbolic function, isolated as such. It has taken a long time for us to be capable of entering into communication with them. There's an analogy here with our position vis-a-vis the subject. Okay. Let us come back to the dream of Irma's injection. I would like to know whether what I told you was clearly understood. What was I trying to say? Who wants to speak? Well, I think I highlighted the dramatic character of Freud's discovery of the meaning of dreams between 1895 and 1900. That is, during the years when he is assembling his Traum des Tun. That is, of course, the interpretation of dreams. When I spoke of the dramatic character, I would like in support to show you a passage from a letter to Fliess. I plan to read these correspondences between Fliess and Freud. I think it's really good to read the letters of any thinker who interests you, whether it's Marx, Lukács, Freud. The correspondences reveal a lot about their thinking because whoever they're talking to might have some very pointed questions about their main theses. And usually they answer with a more concise and clear explanation of certain things that are more abstruse in their published works. So I think it's definitely worthwhile to read letters. From a letter to Fliess, which follows the famous letter 137, in which, half jokingly, half seriously, but really terribly seriously, he suggests that his dream will be commemorated by a plaque. Wasn't I just talking about this? A plaque? Like there's going to be a plaque? What did I say? The squint is the cousin to the whisper, you know? I mean, the plaque's going to say one of the dumbest sentences was uttered in this domicile on April 11th, 2026. But nonetheless, there's going to be a plaque in this house on July 24th. That's 4 days before my birthday. July 28th is my birthday. 1895, The Secret of Dreams was revealed to Dr. Sigmund Freud. In letter 138, one reads, "The big problems are still unsettled. It is an intellectual hell, layer upon layer of it, with everything fitfully gleaming and pulsating. In the outline of Lucifer, a Moor coming into sight at the darkest center. It is an image of waves, of oscillations, as if the entire world were animated by a disquieting, imaginary pulsation, and at the same time an image of fire, in which appears the silhouette of Lucifer, who seems to embody the anxiety-ridden dimension of Freud's experience. That is how he lived his 40s, Dan, at the decisive moment when the discovery of the unconscious, of the function of the unconscious was made." The experience of the fundamental discovery was for Freud, living through the putting into question of the very foundations of the world. We don't need any further indications concerning his self-analysis, inasmuch as he alludes to it rather than reveals anything about it in the letters to Fleece. He lives in an atmosphere of anxiety with the feeling that he is making a dangerous discovery. The very meaning of the dream of Irma's injection is related to the depth of this experience. The dream is part of it. It is one of its stages. The dream Freud has is as a dream integrated in the progress of his discovery. That is how it acquires its double meaning. At the second level, this dream is not only an object which Freud deciphers, it is Freud's speech. That is what gives it its exemplary value. Otherwise, it might perhaps be less demonstrative than other dreams. The value Freud accords it, as the dream whose deciphering was inaugural, would remain quite enigmatic if we didn't know how to read how it was that it specifically answered the question which confronted him, which, in short, went far beyond what Freud himself is at this point in time capable of analyzing for us in what he writes. What he weighs up, the balance sheet he draws up of the significance of the dream, is far surpassed by the de facto historical value he grants it by placing it in this position in his Traumdichtung. That is essential to the understanding of this dream, and that is what enables us. I wanted your reply to bring confirmation of this, and I don't know how to interpret your silence to give a convincing enough demonstration. I think, for me, not to have to return to it again. So what's very interesting about this is how Lacan seizes on these moments, these sort of like hinge points between the biography of Freud, the metapsychology of Freud, the status of his work in regards to the meaning of analysis, right? Lacan is always spinning many plates simultaneously, if you stop and think about it. It's like he wants to train analysts. He wants to focus attention on what Althusser calls in the essay I read recently, and it'll come up later when we talk about Althusser, 3 notes on the theory of discourse, the regional theory of psychoanalysis versus the general theory. A general theory, according to Althusser, is correlated to the theoretical object of a science, whether it's biology, whether it's chemistry, or one of the soft sciences, sociology, anthropology. The thing about psychoanalysis, which makes it so difficult to this day to situate on the spectrum of sciences, and what often invites accusations of imposture or this attitude that psychoanalysis is a form of magic is the fact that it can't vouch for the scientificity of its object in any immediate sense, because if the object of biology is the organism, well, the concept of a living organism isn't anything you need to convince people of. They think there's an immediate empirical reality to the existence of a living organism. But when it comes to the unconscious, like I saw a video recently, TikTok someone made, and this guy was like, Freud was wrong about almost everything. Where do you get this confidence from? How do you know that? But anyway, he's like, we know that the unconscious exists because of brain scans and neuroscience, but it isn't what Freud thought. And of course, he attributes to Freud the completely incorrect view of the unconscious, which was propagated in the wake of his teachings. That is, that the unconscious is just a well of unprocessed animal instincts that boils beneath the surface as this kind of irrational soup which society tries to protect us from becoming engulfed in. No. That is not what Freud was saying. But to get back on track, the point is, there is a regional theory of psychoanalysis having to do with, well, what Althusser calls the cure, although the cure isn't necessarily something that Lacan's going to talk about a lot because cure is a very loaded term. But the regional theory that concerns praxis, right? That concerns everything the scansion focuses on in psychoanalysis, formations of the unconscious, bungled actions, parapraxes, wordplay, misremembered scraps of mnemic detail. And then there's the general theory of, well, what kind of topographical model would we use to explain what the unconscious is, what the psyche is? What Lacan is doing here is trying to come up with a general theory, according to Althusser, of the unconscious to give psychoanalysis an object that would be consonant with what is, in a sense, within the session, observable from an empirical standpoint, but also how that regional theory would relate to the general theory. So what he does is he brings in Freud's own ever coming into focus view of the very thing that he is pursuing through analysis. And that, in a way, levels all of the different grades of attention that are being paid to the practice, to the theory. Freud is always following reason to its extreme. to its end, only to go back and revise his topographies, to rethink the object of his inquiries. What he weighs up, I'm going back to the text here, what he weighs up, the balance sheet he draws up of the significance of the dream, is far surpassed by the de facto historical value he grants it by placing it in this position in his Traumdeutung. I read this already, but I'll read it again. That is essential to the understanding of this dream. And that is what enables us, I wanted your reply to bring confirmation of this, and I don't know how to interpret your silence, to give a convincing enough demonstration. I think for me not to have to return to it again. I will nonetheless return to it, but at another level. I want to emphasize, in fact, how I didn't just limit myself to considering the dream itself in going over the interpretation Freud gives of it, but how I consider the whole constituted by the dream and his interpretation, how I did this by taking into account the specific function of the dream's interpretation in Freud's dialogue with us. That is the essential point. We cannot separate off from the interpretation the fact that Freud makes of this dream our first step towards the key to the dream. It is us Freud is addressing when he makes this interpretation, when making this interpretation. Careful examination of this dream can throw light on the very thorny question of regression, which is what we had got to in the penultimate seminar. We're using it in a more and more routine manner, while not being oblivious to the fact that we are superimposing extremely difficult functions, different functions at every turn. Not everything in regression necessarily belongs to the same register, as this original chapter already indicates in relation to the topographical distinction, which is certainly sustained by temporal regression and formal regressions. All he's saying here is that in Freud's interpretation of dreams, that if you look at the model and you look at the direction that the cathexis takes, I think cathexis is the correct term to use here, our libidinal investments, let's say, the direction that those libidinal investments take in the dream versus waking life, that there is something regressive about it. But one of his auditors in an earlier chapter, one of Lacan's auditors, tries to relate this to the phenomenon of regression to court. But Lacan is really striving to contradistinguish the sort of regression that Freud is talking about when he shows his topographical model of the psyche versus the phenomenon of regression in neurosis. They are not the same thing. Regression, as it exhibits itself in the dream, is not the same thing as the phenomenon of regression in neurosis. And he's alluding to that here. On the level of topographical regression, the hallucinatory nature of the dream led Freud, in accordance with his schema, to articulate it with a regredient process to the extent that it would bring back certain psychic requirements to their most primitive mode of expression, the primary process, which would be situated at the level of perception, right? Perception consciousness, which I guess isn't exactly the primary process. The primary process is another term for the unconscious, but as Laplanche points out in Freud and the Sexual, in a footnote, if you look at the model of the psychic apparatus, there's the, was it effluent and influent, right? Ends of the model. You have the exciting stimuli of the perception consciousness system, which comes from the outside. And then you have, let's say, the stimuli that have gathered in the unconscious, or mnemic traces is better, that move in the opposite direction. So all that's to say, there could be stimuli that come from the perception consciousness system outside of ourselves, which might pose a threat to the ego, or it could come from within the unconscious based on the activation of a repressed, for lack of a better term, memory. For Lacan, these are signifiers that are repressed. The dream's mode of expression would thus find itself subjected in part to the requirements of passing via figurative elements, which would come closer and closer to the level of perception. Oh, what I was saying is that psychic apparatus shouldn't be seen as just a two-way model, but that it can actually be wrapped up. It can actually be, the ends can be combined into a kind of circular thing. Let me show you. Right, so you have perception, the unconscious. This is the first topographical model. There are different variations of it. You have perception consciousness, unconsciousness, preconscious. I think this is like influent, effluent. The ends can be combined, rolled up, so to speak. Which means the unconscious and preconscious are not as far from the perception consciousness threshold as it would appear. The dream's mode of expression would thus find itself subjected in part to the requirements of passing via figurative elements, which would come closer and closer to the level of perception. But should a process which usually passes along the progredient line lead to these mnemic limitations, what are those of images? These images are further and further away from the qualitative level on which perception occurs. I think he means in waking life, more and more denuded. They take on a more and more associative character. They belong more and more in the symbolic knot of resemblance, of identity, and of difference. So beyond what, properly speaking, belongs to the associationist level. Does our analysis of what is strictly figurative in the dream of Irma impose such an interpretation on us? Do we have to consider that what happens at the associative levels, mnemic, or is it mnemonic? Mnemic. I don't like this MN thing that we get from Greek. You know, the way that Greek phonetics are rendered in English is just a travesty. That's why we get the PHF sounding morpheme. That is just such a distortion, right? Brings us back more closely to the primitive point of entry of perception. Is this something which obliges us to adopt this schema with all that entails, as Valabrega pointed out, in the way of paradox? When we speak of unconscious processes coming into consciousness, we are indeed obliged to place consciousness, this is what I was saying at the exit, whereas perception, with which it is in fact closely bound up, is to be found at the entrance. The phenomenology of the dream of Irma's injection led us to distinguish two parts. The first leads to the apparition of the terrifyingly anxiety-provoking image, to this real Medusa's head, to the revelation of this something which, properly speaking, is unnameable, the back of this throat, the complex, unlocatable form, which also makes it into the primitive object par excellence, the abyss of the feminine organ from which all life emerges, this gulf of the mouth in which everything is swallowed up, and no less the image of death in which everything comes to its end, since in relation to the illness of his daughter, which could have been fatal, there's the death of the patient who he had lost at a time adjacent to that of the illness of his daughter, which he considered to be some mysterious sort of divine retribution for his professional negligence, this Matilda. For that Matilda, he writes. Hence, there's an anxiety-provoking apparition of an image which summarizes what we can call the revelation of that which is the least penetrable in the real, of the real lacking any possible mediation, of the ultimate real, of the essential object, which isn't an object any longer, but this something faced with which all words cease and all categories fail, the object of anxiety par excellence. This is a famous, what's the Latin phrase, locus classicus of Lacan from the early seminars, where he defines the real as, I suppose, something that would prefigure das Ding, the thing. Zizek talks about this when he talks about how the different registers of the Borromean knot often redouble, and we get the symbolic real, the imaginary real. I believe here he's referring to what would, and I could be wrong about this, I don't think it's the imaginary real. I think this is the real of the void, right? And the navel of the dream, I think, would refer to, even if it does take on an image, the point at which the dream elides with the real. In this case, the real of the body. I feel like I'm disfiguring some of these categories here, but yeah, this is really, really interesting. The object of anxiety par excellence. And of course, he's talking about Irma's throat. When Freud, in his dream, as the protagonist of his dream, is asked by Irma to check on this swelling that she is suffering from in her throat. And he sees something akin to an endless integument, a skin that has no limit, that wraps itself around everything, that swallows all being. In this first phase, then, we see Freud in his chase after Irma, reproaching her for not understanding what he wants to get her to understand. He was carrying on his relationships in exactly the same style as he did in real life, in the style of the passionate quest. Too passionate, we would say. And it is indeed one of the meanings of the dream to say that formally, since at the end, that is what it comes down to, the syringe was dirty. The passion of the analyst, the ambition to succeed, were here too pressing. The countertransference itself was the obstacle. I was just talking to a friend of mine, Nishi Pandit, who is a psychoanalyst, one of the hosts of Pilotre, the Speaking Being podcast with Andrew Flores, and he was saying how he believes that no one understood transference, the transference, better than Lacan. Freud's great discovery is, of course, the unconscious, but how does he discover the unconscious? Where does the regional and the general theory, where do they meet up? In this concept of the transference. How should the analyst handle the transference and the countertransference? What Freud realizes is that, yes, the countertransference was itself the obstacle. But in understanding his countertransference, and I think in this case, we get an episode that has some similarities with the obstacles he faced in his dealings with Dora, in the case of Dora, where the transference and the countertransference were seen as obstacles, whereas they're actually entry points into the unconscious. You want the patient to understand what is so glaringly obvious to you about their unconscious through which is exhibited through the symptoms that they manifest. But this isn't rational knowledge that the analyst should impart as a subject supposed to know. These are actually the nerve endings, so to speak, of the entire network of unconscious associations that the analyst and analysand bring to bear in the session. And the translation of what is observed, of these observations, cannot be distilled into a knowledge that should be simply passed on to the patient. And this is what makes ego psychology and so many forms of modern therapy insufficient, in my view. When the dream reaches its peak, what happens? Can we speak of a process of regression in order to explain the fundamental destructuration which then occurs in the experience of the dreamer? The relations of the subject change completely. He becomes something totally different. There's no Freud any longer. There is no longer anyone who can say I. This is the moment I've called the entry of the fool. Since that is more or less the role played by the subjects on whom Freud calls. It's in the text Appellere. The Latin root of the word indicates the juridical meaning it has on this occasion. The phrase in the original, I'm not going to read that. Freud appeals to the consensus of his fellow beings, of his equals, of his colleagues, of his superiors, a decisive point. So can we here speak without further ado of regression, even of the regression of the ego? It is, in any event, a very different notion from that of instinctual regression. The notion of the regression of the ego was introduced by Freud in the lectures grouped together under the title Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis. It raises the question as to whether we can introduce without any further ado the notion of typical stages of the ego with a development phases, a normative progress. The question will not be resolved today, but you are familiar with a work which should be considered as essential to this subject, that of Anna Freud on the ego and the mechanisms of defense. It has to be recognized that in the present state of affairs, we can in no way introduce the notion of a typical stylized development of the ego. This would require a defense mechanism whose very nature would indicate to us whether a symptom is attached to it, at what stage it figures in the psychic development of an ego. Regarding this, there is nothing which can be tabulated, as has been done, and perhaps overdone, for the development of instinctual relations. We are quite incapable at this moment of putting the different defense mechanisms which Anna Freud enumerates for us into a genetic schema with any resemblance, however slight, to that which can be drawn up for the development of instinctual relations. This is what many authors try to provide. Erikson doesn't fail to do so, and yet we have to have recourse to that in order to understand this turning point in the dream, the shift from one phase to another. We're not dealing with an antecedent state of the ego, but literally with a spectral decomposition of the function of the ego. We can see the series of egos appear because the ego is made up of the series of identifications which represent an essential landmark for the subject. At each historical moment in his life, in a manner dependent on circumstances, you will find that in das Ich und das Es, which follows beyond the pleasure principle, the pivotal point we are in the process of rejoining, after having taken this grand detour via the early stages of Freud's thinking. This spectral decomposition is evidently an imaginary decomposition. It is on this that I would now like to focus your attention. So, this concept of imaginary decomposition, as evidenced by the dream, is central for Lacan here. He needs to rescue this concept of imaginary decomposition from the distortions of the Anna-Freudians, of the object relations school, because it's like they seem to be operating off of this notion that the dream would be a revisitation of different stages of the ego's development. But I don't think Lacan really accepts this thought that there are phases of the ego, that there is a linear history of the ego that would be recapitulated in the dream. For him, it's like the ego, which is not the S, right? Which is not the subject. And in these early seminars, he's focusing on the ego to really disambiguate ego from subject. They are not the same thing. Even though the first two seminars are superficially about the ego, it's the subject that is ultimately at stake. In the line of Lacan's argument here. So this imaginary decomposition, I think, goes to show how in the unconscious we have an atemporality which wouldn't allow for a kind of regression in terms of personal history. The unconscious is, it's true, marked by the earliest traces left upon the psyche of the child, but it's not as if there's a clear timeline here. Those traces are always, in some sense, through cathexes, latching themselves onto fresh stimuli, new impressions, the day residues. So, what is structured here in the dream? What exists microcosmically that would give us a clue to the ego in its relation to the other of the unconscious? Well, Derek Hook very trenchantly points out that what Lacan is providing here in Seminar 2 is a model or a schema L, and this schema L, in a way, is a improvement upon Freud's psychic apparatus. He thinks that this schema will really better illustrate what the animating forces are when it comes to the subject and his relationship to the ego, and how in the dream what we get is the royal road to the unconscious because the dream condenses. Following the Traum des Temps, Freud's thought reaches that stage which, correlatively with the papers on technique which we studied last year, is marked by the development of the theory of narcissism in the article Zur Einführung des Narzissmus, which we haven't been able to avoid referring to. If Freud's theory, in which narcissism structures all of man's relations with the external world, has a meaning, if we have to draw its logical consequences, it does so in a manner which clearly is in harmony with everything which the so-called Gestaltist line of inquiry has given us in the course of the last few years concerning the development of the apprehension of the world by the living organism. And of course, if we go back to Freud's famous essay on narcissism, which is a turning point in the development of his theory, we know that the infant goes from an autoerotic stage to a stage of primary narcissism, and then models its body onto the world of objects to arrive at the point where it can channel its cathexes into the objects of the outside world. We call this stage object love. But that is only achieved through this process of modeling and remodeling the outside world and its objects on the exemplar of the body. The structuring of the animal world is dominated by a certain number of fundamental images which give this world its lines of force majeure. It all happens so differently in man's world, whose structuration is seemingly highly neutralized, exceptionally loose in relation to his needs. So, primitive biological needs are not the main line towards the development of a world of objects. Otherwise, I don't know, we wouldn't have remote controls and gadgets and all of these completely useless, inane pieces of plastic that seem to proliferate at an alarming rate. Well then, the Freudian notion of narcissism gives us a category which enables us to understand to what extent there is nonetheless a relation between the structuration of the animal world and that of the human world. What did I try to get across with the mirror stage? That whatever in man is loosened up, fragmented, anarchic, establishes its relation to his perceptions on a plane with a completely original tension. The image of his body is the principle of every unity he perceives in objects. There you go. He said it, not me. Now, he only perceives the unity of this specific image from the outside and in an anticipated manner. Go back to the conversation. It's not in the main feed of the channel, but if you look at posts, Nishi, Andrew, and I just talked about the logical time essay. Oh my gosh, I hate how this is connected to my computer and interrupts me. It's the voice. It's the voice from the outside, the voice of the other. That was my non-imaginary father calling. Where were we? The image of his body is the principle of every unity he perceives in objects. Now he only perceives the unity of this specific image from the outside in an anticipated manner. Yeah, what I was saying is go to the post section of the channel and check out the conversation that Nishi, Andrew, and I had about logical time to get what Lacan is talking about with anticipation of certainty, the anticipation of the I function that we slot right into hastily. Because of this double relation which he has with himself, all the objects of his world are always structured around the wandering shadow of his own ego. They will all have a fundamentally anthropomorphic character, even egomorphic, we could say. Man's ideal unity, which is never attained as such and escapes him at every moment, is evoked at every moment in this perception. I really like what he says here about the structuring of the animal world is dominated by a certain number of fundamental images which give this world its lines of force majeure. Let's look up exactly what force majeure means. Force majeure is a common clause in contracts which essentially frees both parties from liability or obligation when an extraordinary, act of God is force majeure. Of course, lines of force majeure. Very interesting that he says force majeure here. Interesting invocation of this concept because it's like act of God is, well, it seems like the limits of possibility are set in the ego's mapping of itself onto the world in such a way that the extremes are contingent and the extremes of the ego's own self-apprehension depend upon the kind of danger which lies at the margins of its Umwelt, the world in which it, in scare quotes, instinctually moves around. But I think it's not just that there are objects of desire in the world, but that desire contours the very space within which the ego moves, meaning it creates the limits of the very continuum that defines its solidity, its unity, but it has no unity. It never obtains that unity. It only has the illusion of the vanishing point of that unity, which is set at some distant point in the horizon and is temporally unreachable, right? And the linearity of time is only the illusion that that kind of unity could be reached, which enables man to have a provisional sense of egoic security, for lack of a better term, as it operates in the world. But not for the psychotic. That's a different story. Man's ideal unity, which is never attained as such and escapes him at every moment, is evoked at every moment in this perception. The object is never for him definitively the final object, except in exceptional experiences. But it thus appears in the guise of an object from which man is irremediably separated, and which shows him the very figure of his dehiscence. Dehiscence, what a word. Let's look that up. Dehiscence within the world. I think Zizek uses this word, dehiscence. Premature separation of the edges of a surgical incision. Okay, so suture. There we go. When the suture splits. When stitches come apart. And the fate of the neurotic is to always be apprehensive of this coming apart of his world, of the dehiscence of the suture, which is never certain, which is never truly binding, always seems to be coming apart. Hence the frenetic activity that we engage in to maintain those stitches, to keep them in place, to ensure their tightness. Object which by essence destroys him, anxiety. There you go. He said it, not me. Which he cannot recapture, in which he will never truly be able to find reconciliation, his adhesion to the world, his perfect complementarity on the level of desire. It is in the nature of desire to be radically torn. The very image of man brings in here a mediation which is always imaginary, always problematic, and which is therefore never completely fulfilled. And you know, Leon Brenner, when we interviewed him a while back, said to us that suture is always desuturing, and I guess he gets that from Miller. It's not that the world is sewed up once and for all, it's that it comes apart in the same motion that it is stitched together. That's language for you. The very image of man brings in here a mediation which is always imaginary, always problematic, and which is therefore never completely fulfilled. It is maintained by a succession of momentary experiences. And this experience either alienates man from himself or else ends in a destruction, a negation of the object, right? So here he's referring to, I think, different forms of neurosis, hysteria, to take an impossibly interrogative stance vis-a-vis the other, or to take refuge in alienation. I mean, alienation is seen as a bad thing, and it is, but obviously we aren't talking about the return to, I think I almost said retarded, return to species being of the early Marx. We're talking about an alienation which is accomplished only owing to the separation afforded by the name of the Father. And the symbolic, right? He began this chapter talking about the symbolic. Who knows what that woman was saying about Sudanese civilization, Levi Strauss, the symbolic. But I feel like in this seminar, into seminar 3, he's building up to the name of the Father. So maybe it has something to do with the name of the Father for Sudanese civilization. If the object perceived from without has its own identity, the latter places the man who sees it in a state of tension because he perceives himself as desire and as unsatisfied desire. Inversely, when he grasps his unity, on the contrary, it is the world which for him becomes decomposed, loses its meaning, and takes on an alienated and discordant aspect. It is this imaginary oscillation which gives to all human perception the dramatic sub-adjacency experienced by a subject insofar as his interest is truly aroused. So there's kind of what Lacan refers to as a covalency in Seminar 3. I'm getting in over my head with this term because I don't know what that exactly means in terms of statistics. But I think it's like when there's a sort of inverse relation between two sets of data or some kind of correlative relation. Either way, it's like, let's just think of two different domains which are correlated, and one is on the decline as the other is on the incline. So when man grasps his unity, let's take him back to the mirror phase, he loses himself in the image. Why? Well, because he loses the mastery that the image exerts over him, which means that he becomes absorbed into the image by becoming the image. So long as he attributes an unattainable mastery to the image that he sees in the mirror, then he is fragmented and alienated. But in that fragmentation and alienation, I think there is some freedom of movement. There is some latitude. And man is always oscillating. I don't like this use of man, you know what I mean by man. We're talking about people, human beings. But such was the custom of the time. We're always oscillating between the unity of the world and the unity of the body, and we never get both. We can't have our cake and eat it too. In Italian, there's an interesting expression. The equivalent of have your cake and eat it too is something like non puoi avere la moglie ubriaca e la botte piena. You can't have the barrel full and your wife drunk at the same time, right? It's like either the barrel is full of wine and your wife is sober, or your wife is drunk and there's no more wine left. I could use a drink. Allora. So we do not have to look to the regression for the reason why it is imaginary apparitions which are characteristic of the dream. To the extent that a dream may get to the point of entering the order of anxiety and that a drawing nigh of the ultimate real is experienced, we find ourselves present at this imaginary decomposition, which is only the revelation of the normal component parts of perception. For perception is a total relation to a given picture in which man always recognizes himself somewhere. The anamorphotic blot, the blind spot, and sometimes even sees himself in several places. Think Freud's duplication of his ego in his dream, the multiplication of Freud's that appear as his colleagues who he hopes to get advice from, who he sees as authorities. These are real people that he knew, but they variously exemplify different imaginary component parts of his ego. As his ego is fanned out into its imaginary component parts. For perception is a total relation to a given picture in which man always recognizes himself somewhere and sometimes even sees himself in several places. If the picture of the relation to the world is not made unreal by the subject, it is because it contains elements representing the diversified images of his ego. And these are so many points of anchorage, of stabilization, of inertia. That is exactly how I teach you to interpret dreams in supervisions. The main thing is to recognize where the ego of the subject is. Boom. Not everything in the dream is of equal importance to everything else. That's what we find already in the Traumdeutung, where Freud recognizes on so many occasions that it is he, Freud, who is represented by this or that person. For instance, when he analyzes the dream of the castle of the Spanish-American War, of course he's dreaming about the Spanish-American War. These are the kind of dreams people had back then. I dream about the Spanish-American War, but I'm an outlier. I don't even know what that is. In the chapter which we have begun to study, Freud says, I'm not in the dream where one might think the character who just died, this commandment. Now I'm whispering like Clint Eastwood. I was complaining about that earlier. This commandment, who is with me, it is he who is I. At the moment when something of the real, something at its most unfathomable, most unfathomable, is attained, the second part of the dream of Irma's injection highlights these fundamental components of the perceptual world constituting the narcissistic relation. The object is always more or less structured as the image of the body of the subject, the reflection of the image. Its mirror image is always found somewhere in every perceptual picture, and this is what gives it a quality, a special inertia. This image is masked, sometimes even entirely so, but in the dream, because of an alleviation of the imaginary relations, it is easily revealed at every moment. All the more so to the extent that the point of anxiety where the subject encounters the experience of his being torn apart, of his isolation in relation to the world, has been attained. There is something originally inaugurally profoundly wounded in the human relation to the world. I love that. That's why I wanted to read this chapter. I love this chapter because it's like, what he's trying to say is that the dream isn't all that different from waking life. Materially, it is the same. Dynamically, it is different. This is the regredient versus the progredient flow of the libidinal investments. All that's to say, the dream is threatening because we don't have the anchor points of the exciting stimuli that we experience in waking life that gives us a provisional, a temporary sense of the unity of the body. There is anxiety, very much of it in waking life, but it's kind of evenly spread out through all of our encounters with these little others that we attribute life to and see as our counterparts. But because in the dream, time doesn't work in the same way, the suture is all the more present, and the profound wound of the human relation becomes more anxiety-provoking. Unless you're just a child dreaming about strawberries. That is what comes out of the theory of narcissism Freud gave us, insofar as this framework introduces an indefinable, a no-exit, marking all relations, and especially the libidinal relations of the subject. Verliebtheit, that means self-love, is fundamentally narcissistic. On the libidinal level, the object is only ever apprehended through the grid of the narcissistic relation. That happens when we see the subject substituted for by the polycephalic subject, many-headed. This crowd I was speaking about last time, a crowd in the Freudian sense, the one discussed in mass psychology and ego analysis, group psychology and the ego. Yeah, come on, I should know that. Made up of the imaginary plurality of the subject of the fanning out. I think I just said that. I said that, not him. The blossoming of the different identifications of the ego. At first, this seems to us like an abolition, a destruction of the subject as such. The subject transformed into this polycephalic image seems to be somewhat acephalic. If there is an image which could represent for us the Freudian notion of the unconscious, it is indeed that of the acephalic subject, the headless subject of a subject who no longer has an ego, who doesn't belong to the ego, and yet he is the subject who speaks for us. For that who gives all the characters in the dream their nonsensical lines, which precisely derive their meaning from their nonsensical character. In fact, just when the discourse of the multiple ego makes itself heard in a great cacophony, the objection which interests Freud is his own guilt, on this occasion towards Irma. The object is destroyed, if I can put it like this, and his guilt, which is what is in question, is destroyed with it. As in the story of the kettle with a hole in it, there is no crime here, since firstly the victim was, which the dream says in 1,000 different ways, already dead, that is to say, was already ill, with an organic ailment, which is precisely what Freud could not cure. Secondly, the murderer, Freud, was innocent of any intention to harm. And thirdly, the crime in question was curative for the illness, which was dysentery. There is a play on words between dysentery and diphtheria, is precisely what will relieve the patient. All the pain, the bad moods will leave with it. And we'll remember that Freud was also a physician, so he wasn't just doing psychoanalysis, he was helping patients with their non-imaginary somatic ailments. And he gave Irma some bad advice, or if I remember correctly, his diagnosis was bad, just incorrect. And of course, here we have Freud's famous kettle logic. And what makes the dream so interesting is that we can see the kettle logic played out. Thank you. In real time, so to speak. So let's look up kettle logic. This is a website I use called Wikipedia. It's delicious. Kettle logic is a rhetorical device wherein one uses multiple arguments to defend a point, but the arguments are inconsistent with each other. This is so good. Yeah. Oh my God. I didn't expect it to be that good. Oh, it's better than a Miller Lite, which I will be drinking several of shortly. No. People don't like cucumbers. I don't like listening to people eat on streams, but I think the thing that people complain about with cucumbers is that they are flavorless and inoffensive, and I think that they're deliciously inoffensive. So, what's kettle logic? Well, it's the logic of the unconscious. It's a logic that Alenka Zupancic claims, and she's not talking about a dream in this essay, her essay on Verneinung, which is one of my favorites. It's a logic which goes against the time-honored laws of philosophy, which are thought to define the nature of truth, the status of truth, what would qualify as truth. And she says there's a kind of para-intuitionist logic that I can't get into right now. There is, of course, I don't really understand it. There is the law of non-contradiction, which we all know. And then there is the law of the excluded middle. It's beyond my capacity to explain those and what differentiates them, but all of them abide by a very recognizable sort of logic, meaning it would make sense to us. The unconscious doesn't have to make sense of things logically, but there is a kind of reason at play here. And that reason is reflected in the story of a man, reading from Wikipedia now. I think he recounts this in his jokes and their relation to the unconscious and the interpretation of dreams. The story of a man who was accused by his neighbor of having returned a kettle in a damaged condition. And the three arguments he offers are: 1, that he had returned the kettle undamaged; 2, that it was already damaged when he borrowed it; and 3, that he had never borrowed it in the first place. The unconscious is happy to accommodate all three of these theses, right? Or premises, I should say. And there are plenty of people who, pundits and pseudo-philosophers and pop psychologists, who present arguments in the same order or will proffer different basic propositions that contradict one another in this way. And it's a logical fallacy. And if you're the kind of person who's going to be like, well, actually, that's not true, you can shrewdly discover these little pitfalls in reasoning everywhere. But that's not the point. The point is that the dream operates in accordance with this kind of logic, as does the unconscious. That doesn't mean that the dream is just the unconscious laid bare. It means that the dream helps us to understand what the ego occludes, what it fogs up in waking life, in everyday life. Let's go back to the text. In Freud's associations, this chimes in with a ludicrous incident he'd heard of in the days preceding the dream. A doctor with a cutting and oracular tongue, at the same time profoundly absent-minded. Doctors have throughout history retained this air of being characters in a comedy when they carry out their function of consultant. A doctor gives his opinion on a case in which it has been pointed out to him that the subject has albumin in his urine, to which he retorts, "No matter, the albumin will be eliminated." That, in fact, is what the dream leads up to. The coming into operation of the symbolic function in its most radical, absolute usage ends up abolishing the action of the individual so completely that, by the same token, it eliminates his tragic relation to the world, the paradoxical and absurd equivalent of everything real is rational. Gotta think about that one. The strictly philosophical contemplation of the world can indeed place us in a sort of ataraxia in which any individual is justified by the motives which make him act and which are conceived as totally determining him. Any action being the cunning of reason is equally valid. The extreme use of the radically symbolic character of all truth thus makes it lose the sharp edge of its relation to the truth. The extreme use of the radically symbolic character of all truth thus makes it lose the sharp edge of its relation to the truth. Interesting. At the heart of the flow of events, of the functioning of reason, the subject from the first move finds himself to be no more than a pawn forced inside this system and excluded from any truly dramatic and consequently tragic participation in the realization of truth. The extreme use of the radically symbolic character of all truth thus makes it lose the sharp edge of its relation to the truth. The need to use the truth in its symbolic function to probe the world of objects that is opened up for the subject, I should say the ego, means that this function itself is hidden from the ego. And then, consequently, the ego only finds those objects which it has already, at a previous stage, strewn about, let's say, the field of meaning. It only finds what it hid in the first place. You wouldn't be looking for me if you hadn't already found me. There's a resonance of this in Althusser when he says that man only poses questions, or ideology only poses questions for which it already has the answer to. That's what I'm getting from this. I could be totally wrong, and most likely am. This is something extreme which takes place at the outer edge of the dream. Freud recognizes the secret animation of this dream in the procedure dedicated to excusing the aim pursued by what he calls the structuring desire. This leads us to address the question as to the joint between the imaginary and the symbolic. Let's see, okay, getting to the end here. If you've stuck with me this far, you'll understand why I don't like Kanye Westwood. I mean, Clint Eastwood. That I'm reading this as a kind of expansion pack on my earlier discussion of Play Misty for Me. Okay. So I'm going to close the parentheses at the end of this with, and that's why I'm not a big Clint Eastwood fan. He squints too much. And squinting is what? The cousin of the whisper. I have already allowed you to perceive the mediating function of the symbolic when, in trying to find a mechanistic representation of the interhuman relation, I drew upon the most recent experiments in cybernetics. I suppose that a certain number of these artificial subjects were captivated by the image of their fellow being, so that this system doesn't amount to being a more paralyzing, vast, concentric hallucination. I love that. That is baller. So that this system doesn't amount to being a more... Can we bring back baller? So that this system... Damn, I'm old. Just hit me. Just hit me. Baller, jeez. Remember Juana Man? So that this system doesn't amount to being a more and more paralyzing, vast, concentric hallucination so that it works, the intervention of a regulatory third party was necessary, which would put this distance, the distance of a certain prescribed order between them. I suppose that a certain number of these artificial subjects were captivated by the image of their fellow beings so that this system doesn't amount to being a more and more paralyzing, vast, concentric hallucination so that it works. The intervention of a regulatory third party was necessary. Wow. Okay, yes. Regulatory third party, which would put this distance, the distance of a certain prescribed order between them. Vast, concentric hallucination. I like this word of concentric, a complete 360 hallucination where there are no limits. There are no limits to the, let's say, peripheral vision of, well, the normative subject, the adapted in scare quotes, subject. Well, approaching from a different angle, we come upon the same thing again. Every imaginary relation comes about via a kind of you or me between the subject and the object. That is to say, if it's not you, well, if it's you, I'm not. If it's me, it's you who isn't. Need I explain anything here? This is very clear. That's where the symbolic element comes into play. On the imaginary level, the objects only ever appear to man within relations which fade. He recognizes his unity in them, but uniquely from without. Think the optical schema. Man is this creature who experiences himself. The human being is this creature that experiences themself. I like a good themself. Darien Leader uses themself. That's good. I'm going to stick with that. I need to condition my vocabulary to include themself. But we're talking about man, man. Recognizes his unity in them, but uniquely from without. Think of the optical schema. Man experiences himself from the point of view and with the proper distance as would define what he would like to be. That's a very tortured way of paraphrasing something Malaire said, and I'm getting off topic here. So back to this incoherence and away from my incoherence. And inasmuch as he recognizes his unity in an object, he feels himself to be in disarray in relation to the latter. Man experiences himself from without, taking the proper distance from his own image to experience himself in the form in which he would like to be experienced by the other. This disarray, this fragmentedness, this fundamental discordance, this essential lack of adaptation, this anarchy, which opens up every possibility of displacement. Am I even sharing anymore? Yes. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Kettle Logic has been up this entire time. I hope you have your own text. How embarrassing. The contingencies of the real of Windows. And inasmuch as he recognizes his unity in an object, he feels himself to be in disarray in relation to the latter. This disarray, this fragmentedness, this fundamental discordance, this essential lack of adaptation, this anarchy, which opens up every possibility of displacement, it is of error, is characteristic of the instinctual life of man. The very experience of analysis shows us that. What is more, if the object is only ever graspable as a mirage, the mirage of a unity which can never be grasped again on the imaginary level, every object relation can only be infected with a fundamental uncertainty by it. That is, in fact, what so many different experiences show one. And calling them psychopathological conveys nothing, since they lie on a continuum with many experiences which themselves are regarded as normal. That is where the symbolic relation comes in. The power of naming objects structures the perception itself. This right here is the passage that I had in mind that drew me to this chapter. That is where the symbolic relation comes in. The power of naming objects structures the perception itself. The percepi of man can only be sustained within a zone of nomination. It is through nomination that man makes objects subsist with a certain consistence. Think, the name is the time of the object from Seminar 1. I love Brian Becker's explanation of this, where he has an object in his hands and he's saying, like, you can't ever view the object as a unity, only one side at any time. And the time that I'm taking right now to look at this object from every angle is the time of the object. But it only becomes a unity if I name it, and the name is equal to the time it takes to do this. Not that I need to do that, but I have a remote here. I have a remote now by dint of the naming. There's a subsistence to it, and there's a consistency to it. Not to say it wouldn't have something like consistency or subsistence to it, but what really, without the name, but what really pins together all of the different angles and sides into the semblance of consistency is a name. If objects had only a narcissistic relationship with the subject, they would only ever be perceived in a momentary fashion. Okay? Think a psychosis. Now, I could be totally wrong about this, but everything appears in a kind of momentary fashion. It's only through a titanic effort that the psychotic can metaphorize everything he sees in a way which would give it the subsistence and consistency that approximates a stable world. The word which names is the identical. The word doesn't answer to the spatial distinctiveness of the object, which is always ready to be dissolved in an identification with the subject, but to its temporal dimension. The object, at one instant constituted as a semblance of the human subject, a double of himself, nonetheless has a certain permanence of appearance over time, which, however, does not endure indefinitely, since all objects are perishable. This appearance, which lasts a certain length of time, is strictly only recognizable through the intermediary of the name. I'll read that again. This appearance, which lasts a certain length of time, is strictly only recognizable through the intermediary of a name. The name. The name is the time of the object. Oh, it is from this seminar, not one. The name is the time of the object. There's a similar phrase he uses in seminar 1, though, I think, right? The object is the time of the thing. We all know the word is the murder of the thing, but anyway, let's get back on track. Timor Leste. This appearance, which lasts a certain length of time, is strictly only recognizable through the intermediary of the name. The name is the time of the object. Naming constitutes a pact, by a social bond, by which two subjects simultaneously come to an agreement to recognize the same object. If the human subject didn't name, as Genesis says it was done in earthly paradise, the major species first, if the subjects did not come to an agreement over this recognition, no world, not even a perception, could be sustained for more than an instant. That is the joint, the emergence of the dimension of the symbolic in relation to the imaginary. And what is the psychotic fundamentally, ontologically unable to do? That is, enter into a contract with the other that would constitute a pact by which two subjects simultaneously come to an agreement to recognize the same object, even if the subject is able to identify this as a remote and identify all of the things in this room that a neurotic subject would be able to identify. It doesn't matter. He only does so through a kind of mirroring, and that social pact is missing, which means that the world is all the more fragile for the psychotic, and that the naming of things would not guarantee the ironclad reality in scare quotes, of a world of agreed upon objects. I would even go so far as to say there's something of the descriptivism, anti-descriptivism debate with Saul Kripke et al. And that gang that Zizek famously talks about in Sublime Object, having to do with psychosis. It's almost as if the psychotic is something like that tribesperson who has a unique name for each object. I know that contradicts what I was saying about the psychotic being able to identify the remote, but think of the psychotic as someone who, I think in an anti-descriptivist way, has to assign a rigid designator to every thing that appears within his world. And that's a lot to manage. In the dream of Irma's injection, it is just when the world of the dreamer is plunged into the greatest imaginary chaos that discourse enters into play. Discourse is such independently of its meaning. Since it is a senseless discourse, it then seems that the subject decomposes and disappears. In this dream, there is the recognition of the fundamentally acephalic character of the subject beyond a given point. This point is designated by the N of the trimethylamine formula. That's where the I of the subject is at that moment. Signifier. And my suggestion to you that you see in the dream's last word wasn't said without humor or without hesitation, since that is almost a witz. Just when the Hydra has lost its heads, a voice which is nothing more than the voice of no one causes the trimethylamine. No, trimethylamine. I was calling it trimethylamine for so much time. And I remember Derek Hook saying it, trimethylamine. Trimethylamine causes the trimethylamine formula to emerge. What is trimethylamine? Let's look up trimethylamine. Just going to share my whole screen. What am I doing over here? Come on. Here, oh, of course, trimethylamine. It's ammonia and methanol. Like, I know what that is. I think it's in this. I think trimethylamine is in these Zins, one of which I'm going to pop soon. Zin number 2. I soak these Zins in something called LSD, and I don't tell people. And when they ask me for one, I say, sure, take one. You have no idea what you're in for. say goodbye to the next 12 hours and possibly your sanity and your sense of self. Because the way I see it, you open your third eye when I say it's time to open your third eye, not when you say it's time. I'm joking, of course. That would be one of the most evil things a person could do. Pure evil. Don't dose people with LSD via Zins. Where was I? Just when the Hydra has lost its heads, a voice which is nothing more than the voice of no one causes the trimethylamine formula to emerge as the last word on the matter, the word for everything. And this word means nothing except that it is a word. I love that. The signifier represents the subject for another signifier. The signifier only refers to the signifier. This word means nothing except that it is a word. It's just the dimension of the word saying, hey, I'm a word. That has almost a delirious air about it, and in fact it is. Let's say that it would be if all by himself the subject, Freud all by himself analyzing his dream, tried to find in it, proceeding as an occultist might, the secret designation of the point where, as a matter of fact, look like matter of act, the solution to the mystery of the subject and the world lies. But he isn't all by himself. Once he communicates the secret of this Luciferian mystery to us, Freud is not confronted with this dream by himself. Just as the dream is addressed to the analyst in an analysis, Freud in his dream is already addressing himself to us. He is already dreaming for the community of psychologists, of anthropologists. When he interprets this dream, it is us that he is addressing, and that is why seeing the word in the absurd final word of the dream isn't to reduce it to a delirium, since Freud, by means of the dream, makes himself heard by us and effectively puts us on the road towards his object, which is the understanding of the dream. It isn't just for himself that he finds the Nemo. Finding Nemo. See, I already knew it. I knew Finding Nemo is a Freudian tale. He finds the Nemo. Come on. Which one's Nemo? It isn't just for himself that he finds Nemo, or the alpha and omega of the acephalic subject, which represents his unconscious. On the contrary, by means of his dream, this dream, it's him who speaks and who realizes that he is telling us without having wanted to, without having recognized it at first, and only recognizing it in his analysis of the dream. That is to say, while speaking to us, something which is both him and no longer him. I am he who wants to be forgiven for having dared to begin to cure these patients, who until now no one wanted to understand, and whose cure was forbidden. I am he who wants not to be guilty of it, for to transgress any limit imposed up to now on human activity is always to be guilty. I want to not be born that. Instead of me, there are all the others. Here I am, only the representative of this vast, vague movement, the quest for truth in which I efface myself. I am no longer anything. My ambition was greater than I. No doubt the syringe was dirty, and precisely to the extent that I desired it too much, that I partook in this action, that I wanted to be myself the creator. I am not the creator. The creator is someone greater than I. It is my unconscious. It is this voice which speaks in me, beyond me. That is the meaning of this dream. Beautiful. This analysis will now enable us to go further and understand how we should conceive of the death instinct, the death instinct's relation to the symbol, to this speech which is in the subject without being the subject of the speech of the subject. A question which we will keep in mind for the time it will take for it to gain weight in our minds and for us to make the attempt when our turn comes to give a schematization of the function of the death instinct. We are beginning to see why it is necessary that beyond the pleasure principle, which Freud introduces as being what governs the measure of the ego and installs consciousness in its relation with the world in which it finds itself, that beyond exists the death instinct, beyond the homeostases of the ego there exists a dimension, another current, another necessity whose plane must be differentiated. This compulsion to return to something which has been excluded by the subject or which never entered into it, the verdrängt, the repressed, we cannot bring it back within the pleasure principle. If the ego as such rediscovers and recognizes itself, it is because there is a beyond to the ego, an unconscious, a subject which speaks, unknown to the subject. We must therefore posit another principle. Why did Freud call it the death instinct? That's what we will try to get hold of in the encounters to come. Check out this footnote. This passage contains many uses of je, I, and moi, me, which have great resonances in connection with Lacan's discussion of the subject, the I and the ego, moi. Not all of these are capable of being transmitted in translation. And that's a shame. And this is one reason that I really want to learn French, so that I can pick up on all these resonances. I think they're really important. One wordplay a pun that Althusser mentions in this essay, 3 Notes on the Theory of Discourse, that I absolutely love because it does translate perfectly from French to English, is Lacan calling the signifier in the unconscious the lieutenant, right? Lieu as an absence in lieu of tenant. It's the tenant of that absence, but it also has the agency and authority, agency of the letter, of a lieutenant. Wow, beautiful. Love that. See, this is why I need to learn French, so I can pick up on all these resonances. And I'm sure this text, which is so compromised by English, which is just, no offense to the translator, beautiful translation, Fink's translations are amazing, but it's more so the English language itself, which is, it's a business language, let's be honest. It's a real wet blanket of a language. I wanted to just really quickly, before we wrap up, go back to the famous locus classicus about, if I can find it, Irma and the real, these references to the real, these ambiguous, indeterminate definitions of the real are peppered throughout early Lacan, but he refuses to be like, okay, here's our seminar about the real. He's not going to be all that obvious. He's not going to just conspicuously draw our attention to the real as such. Where is this freaking passage? The famous ones. Yeah. The phenomenology of the dream of Irma's injection led us to distinguish 2 parts. The first leads to the apparition of the terrifyingly anxiety-provoking image, to this real Medusa's head, to the revelation of this something which, properly speaking, is unnameable, the back of this throat, the complex, unlocatable form which also makes it into the primitive object par excellence, the abyss of the feminine organ from which all life emerges, this gulf of the mouth in which everything is swallowed up, and no less the image of death in which everything comes to its end, since in relation to the illness of his daughter, which could have been fatal, there's the death of the patient whom he had lost at a time adjacent to that of the illness of his daughter, which he considered to be some mysterious sort of divine retribution for his professional negligence. This Matilda for that Matilda, he writes. Hence there's an anxiety-provoking apparition of an image which summarizes what we can call the revelation of that which is the least penetrable in the real, of the real lacking any possible mediation, of the ultimate real, of the essential object which isn't an object any longer, but this is something faced with which all words cease and all categories fail, this object of anxiety par excellence. I believe that's what Zizek refers to as the real real. Let's see if we can find something about that. And I actually have an anecdote, a vignette about a recent encounter with the real real as the corporeal. I think I'm totally wrong about that, though, which real this is. I don't want to look at the AI chat version of that. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Right. The gist of the Lacanian real is divided into three modalities. The symbolic real, signifier of signification, other of the other, symbolic historicity, perpetually quilting the chain of signifiers, new master signifier, dialectically ideological narrative, punctuation, blah, blah, blah. The imaginary real. Lewis states that the real traces of each signifier are rendered intelligible through the no-image signified, the parallaxic ego split deriving an ego ideal object A, creating a poetic real mental image of horror and terror deriving the uncanny. See, that's why I think it's actually the imaginary real that we're talking about, not the real real. That's the imaginary real. The real real, a fissure of the symbolic and absence of absence, reified psychological projection sublimated as the thing. But see, I don't know. I feel like imaginary real and real real are two sides of the same coin because I forget the name of the author who wrote this book on the graph of desire, but he says something like people often neglect, Lacanian scholars often neglect how adjacent the imaginary and the real are. They're smack dab together. And I think this sublimation is the thing. This mental image of horror and terror does evoke the real real of the fissure and the symbolic. I was walking around my neighborhood the other day and I saw a very heavy set man and his pants were sagging. And the saddest thing about big and tall clothing is that if what you need as a very heavy person who weighs more than 300 pounds is a 5 or 6XL shirt, you can only get like an 8XL shirt. So now you're wearing clothes that are too big for you because unless you're a very heavy set man who has access to a tailor and the resources to compensate that tailor, you have no choice but to get extremely baggy clothes that would only fit someone who's 700 pounds. I'm exaggerating, of course. So it's kind of a shame because you see these really heavyset people wearing dress shirts that go down to their knees. They don't need a shirt that big. But then again, maybe if you are that heavyset, you do want clothes that are loose fitting and comfortable. I get that. But do they also think that wearing really long shirts makes them look skinnier? That must be a part of it. Anyway, this man was walking around, his pants were sagging, and his navel, his belly button, I don't like calling it a belly button. It's like saying a wee belly button. No, past a certain age, it's a navel. And you shouldn't be saying poop anymore either. You have to take a shit. I could see his navel, but it wasn't just a hole. It was like a slit. It was like a vertical mouth. it was kind of vaginal, I'll be honest, and his pants were sagging. It looked like an ass crack, and obviously Freud, anus, vagina, orifices, fairly equatable for the newly acquainted to the symbolic, but it looked like his ass was on backwards, basically. And for a second, I was like, this guy has his ass on backwards. What's going on? Are we living in Nick Land's body mod dystopian paradise or what? Then I realized, oh, that's his belly button. And that's what happens when you're that heavy, your belly button starts to cave in on itself. Perfect slit. Kind of disturbing. And for me, it was like one of those moments of experiencing the imaginary real, the bodily horror of the corporeal, what Freud sees when he looks into Irma's throat. And it's one of those limits of the dream, the decomposition of the ego in the dream, the encroachment of the real. Father, can't you see I'm burning? He wakes up to continue dreaming. We have these moments in everyday life that give us pause, that stop us in our tracks, because the corporeal is that which is seen awry, which is askew. Vanishing mediators. I dropped the. Who needs a definite article when you've got a sure thing? I was going to be wearing a hat. A hat I saw at Target. I needed new underwear, and of course, when you need new underwear at Target, or socks, or any of the essential items of undergarment that people need, you've got to call one of the employees over to open it out of the case with their key, like it's some kind of treasure. I guess that's some of the only human interaction we have anymore. It's like, I could complain, but if you're going to have self-checkout, then the human interaction should center on getting those items out of their glass cage. Why not? Anyway, there was a hat and it said support live music on it. And I was considering buying it as a gag because it was such a cheaply made hat. You know, it had one of those sort of ropes connecting the brim with the face of the hat. You know what I'm talking about. Vaguely nautical. It was a snapback. And I thought it would be funny if I had this support live music hat on for this video, but I don't know. It cost $15, and it seems like probably not worth dropping $15 for a sweatshop made hat. I support live music. Of course I do. Who doesn't? You'd have to be a monster to not support live music. There was live music happening in my neighborhood the other day. Streets are very small in my neighborhood. A lot of storefronts, a lot of people with multiple dogs. They moved to the neighborhood, moved into a very tiny, narrow row home, saw how narrow all of the various edifices are in the streets, and the stores, the restaurants, the bars, everything's narrow. And you know what they decided? Let's buy 3 dogs, have 2 kids, and buy strollers the size of dune buggies. That's what we should do. Anyway, there were musicians dotting the corners. I guess it was like a jazz festival. It was very nice. I think I supported live music that day because I was walking by and trying to get around the groups of people clustered around the saxophonists, and I stopped, but I only stopped to get around people. So I consider that supporting live music. I think the thing about supporting live music is the best way to do it is to follow their instructions, right? The buskers, because to me, they're all buskers. I don't think that's derogatory, right? Busker? I think they're all buskers. If you're doing live music and you're not in a stadium, you're a busker. They direct you to their Spotify. So the best way to support live music is going from offline to online. Kind of a paradox there. Yeah, I support live music. I wouldn't wear a hat that says support live music because I don't like when hats and t-shirts and cufflinks tell you what to do. I'm of the mind that if a hat or a shirt is going to say anything, it shouldn't be a command or an injunction. Maybe the name of your college, sports team, slogan's fine. You know, something like oyster hardly met her, that's fine. But I don't like when hats tell you what to do, like support live music. It's like this is the message that you're broadcasting to the big other, right? If I'm going to follow your set of instructions, if I'm going to allow you to interpolate me, we're going to talk about interpolation later, when some of my friends who you know and love arrive, we're going to be talking Althusser. But if you're going to interpolate me, capital O, other, then I'm going to tell you to support live music. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see how one claims a position of authority via hat in the face of capital S subject, capital G-O-D. I mean, I don't know if I should support all live music. I mean, I guess the all is repressed in that statement. It just says support live music, which one would conclude that all is the signifier precluded from that statement, right? Support all live music. But I would qualify that by saying don't support all live music because I was thinking the other day about these two Germanic twins. Does anyone remember these two blonde twin little girls that would sing about Aryan pride? This was like in the early to mid 2000s. I think they sang live and I wouldn't support them because of the content of their music and the message of it. You know? I was thinking about this the other day, how like most white supremacy and Aryan pride is sort of predicated on, you know, like the world running out of white women, because that's what is it, like 14 words is all about. Like 6 of those words have to do with Aryan women. So it's just kind of like people are afraid of diluting the gene pool because there won't be women that look like Elizabeth the First anymore. What did she look like? Let me see. Elizabeth the First. She had no eyebrows. I was very nervous. I'm still very nervous. And I was rapping the lyrics to Ghostface and Raekwon's Daytona 500 prior to this to get ready for my solo debut and flubbing lines left and right. But boy, the wordplay is impressive. And if you try to rap something like this, which if you're not Raekwon, if you're not Ghostface, if you're not Capadonna, who I met twice, actually, that's a story for another time. I wouldn't recommend it, but some of the inadvertent signifiers that do come up when you flub one of these lines can be very revealing of the unconscious, formations of the unconscious, because you will say things you did not intend to say. Oh, I'm not sharing the right screen in here. Still getting used to Riverside. Do you guys use Riverside? All right, here's my tab. Whoa, infinite regress. There we go. This is Elizabeth I. This is what those two little blonde girls were singing about, right? This is what we're worried we're going to run out of. People that look like this. No judgment coming from me. And then there's that one actress, what's her name? Tanya Hawking. Who's that? Not this person. No, Tanya Harding is someone. Talia Hawkins. Who's that? No. Who's that actress that is kind of bird-like? And she also has no eyebrows. And she's just sort of the essence of whiteness. You know what I'm talking about. Talia Shocking. God, I can't remember her name. All right. First Zin going in. It's a sin. I saw a movie recently called Play Misty for Me. Has anyone ever seen this movie? Clint Eastwood's directorial debut, Play Misty for Me. He's the protagonist. He is a radio DJ who lives in like Sausalito. What a great place name. Sausalito. I've heard the name Sausalito before, but didn't realize that there was actually a Sausalito. I thought it was like a town where everybody has sauce, like different sauces. The sauce capital of the world. I think he lives in the Pacific Palisades or Sausalito or something like that. Works as a DJ by day, drinks Heinekens by night, carouses, and just has the most 70s guy life anyone could ever imagine, right? He is living the 70s male fantasy. He gets a ton of action. He has the cushiest job in the world, which is completely centered on his own interests. He's a jazz guy, but he doesn't seem to play any instruments. He reads poetry on his program. He drinks like 17 Heinekens a night, drives to his job in his drop top along the Pacific Palisades, Sausalito Road, somewhere in California. Lives right by the beach. and has this beautiful home. The beautiful home was definitely the highlight of the film, I thought. I would like to own a home with this kind of decor, this sort of balance between outside and inside that he's going for. It's like, you know, these homes where it's like 3 walls instead of 4. There's a little koi pond with stepping stones that you encounter as soon as you pass the threshold of the house. So you have to go through this kind of idyllic mini jungle to get to the kitchen. And then the kitchen kind of just segues into the bedroom. And you've just got this kind of open space where part of the ceiling is glass and the sun can shine through. And it's this perfect California home that pays tribute to the outdoors and nature, but is still very cozy. I thought that was the highlight of the film. She trashes it later. By she, I mean his stalker. This movie's about a stalker, so he's accepting requests from his listeners. And there's one listener, I don't know, her name's Elaine or something like that. And she's always requesting the song Misty, which is sung by, I don't know, Ella Fitzgerald or someone else of that nature. Billy Idol, Billy King, Billie Eilish. Those are the same people, right? And, yeah, she connives to meet him, right? She's very conniving. And he's at this bar, his regular bar, where he's a regular. And he plays this weird fake game to attract the woman who's at the end of the bar, who he later finds out was there to meet him in the first place. This is his soon-to-be stalker. Plays this game with these little pegs, but it's not a real game. He's also very conniving, right? So him and the bartender pretend to play this game so that should there happen to be a lovely lady nearby, she'll walk over and be like, "What is this game? Who's winning?" And it's not a real game. Anyway, she stalks him. There's a whole sequence where they go to the Monterey Jazz Festival. Real footage. Kind of cool, but totally takes you out of it. He builds up the tension in the film pretty well. You know, I mean, this is his directorial debut. And of course, in his directorial debut, he's the man, right? So it's like, yeah, I'm the man in this movie. I'm so cool. I'm a DJ. And not even a DJ. I don't know if they called it that back then. He's a radio announcer and has this amazing life. And yeah, it's all turned upside down by Elaine. I didn't like the fact that they build the tension up, and then these 70s movies have like impromptu, unanticipated music videos in the middle of them where it's like a forest scene, a sunset, Clint Eastwood, his lover. They're fully nude, rolling around on brambles. What are brambles? Brambles. They're rolling around on brambles as if that's the most natural thing in the world to do. Oh, brambles are down 73%. Damn. Can you see this? Yeah, see brambles. No, not brambles. Beech wood. No. Yeah, all right. Yeah, beech wood. This is where they are. They're in the beech wood, rolling around naked, not afraid of ticks, not afraid of unknown bugs stinging them, naked. And it goes on for like 3 minutes. They're rolling around. They're making love in a pond. They just found a pond somewhere. And, I mean, there's like kelp in ponds, right? What's kelp? See, I don't know these things. I didn't grow up around. Actually, I did grow up kind of near a trail. So I guess I don't have an excuse to not know about kelp. Are there kelp on trails? No, because kelp's underwater. Yeah, like you don't want kelp all over your private parts. It goes on for like 4 or 5 minutes, and then he's at the Monterey Jazz Festival. This is him, by the way. Yeah, as if you don't know who Clint Eastwood is. I don't know, kids these days, maybe they don't. But if you're listening to this, you know who Clint Eastwood is. He's the most handsome man ever. But I'm going to tell you this right now, and I know it's going to offend some people, but I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of Clint Eastwood. I never have been. I've wanted to be because he's up there. He's canonical. But between the whispering and the squinting, I can't get with it. He squints, he whispers, and he's never not squinting or whispering. This is the widest his eyes get. Here, she tries to kill him, as you can see. That's the widest his eyes get, and I'm pretty sure this shot isn't even in the film. I would like the movie better if I could see this much of his irises, but he has no reaction whatsoever to being stalked. This is the most nervous he looks, because the whole thing is that, I mean, look how nervous I am right now just recording myself solo. If someone was stalking me, I'd be in Timor-Leste right now. What's Timor-Leste? East Timor. Timor-Leste. What a beautiful name for a country. I love this. Is it a country? Yeah. Timor-Leste. And it looks like a very beautiful country. Timor-Leste. But no, he's completely insouciant throughout the entire film. This is very distracting because I don't know what you're seeing. Oh, you're just looking at kelp. This entire time it's been kelp. Sorry, I'm just getting used to Riverside. I've always done Zoom. Here we go, Timor-Leste, and now everyone's using Riverside. Zoom was something that I was using long before it became COVID popular, because I worked for a startup, and boy, was it starting up. It was an international education startup. And we basically helped lead us program coordinators. Yes, that's what I was. I was a program coordinator, and we helped lead these capstone research projects for international students. If you went on the website right now, and I won't go on the website right now because I don't want to re-traumatize myself today, but you'd think, oh, well, these students, they run the gamut, whatever the gamut is, culturally. They're from all around the world. No, 70% of them were Chinese, 10% Indian. The rest, mixed bag. But basically, we would set them up with a professor from a Ivy League university so that they could do a capstone research project about the what's it called, the train and road initiative. What's that thing China's doing? The road and foot trail that's supposed to lead from like Poland to Bangkok or something like that. I don't know what it is, but we would have to like set up these sessions, and it was a terrible job. But yeah, Timor-Leste. Let's go back to Clint Eastwood. Is that his real name? If his real name is Clint Eastwood, then we are living in a simulation. No one's name is Clint Eastwood. I mean, talk about name of the father. Clint Eastwood. Sharing my entire screen. Yeah. Clinton Eastwood Jr. Born Reuben Schmeckelstein. See? No, I'm kidding. He was born Clinton Eastwood Jr. You think he's related to the Clintons? Clint Eastwood's voice, you can't hear this. But he whispers. He was probably the pioneer of this whispering form of acting, right? Who else whispers? Well, Steven Seagal, he whispers. Audio-only listeners, I am currently caressing the hairline of a very Asiatic Steven Seagal's hair plucks. Who's that guy? Another one of these whisper actors. Maybe the first. Maybe before Clint, Charles Bronson. I think he's part Mongolian. They whisper. I like Charles Bronson, but I don't like Clint, and I'm going to tell you why. He is the same in every single scene of every movie he's ever made. He doesn't move. He doesn't stop scowling. He doesn't enunciate. And look, this is unacceptable. This kind of squint, it's unacceptable for me. I can't keep my attention on such a squint, such thin lips. Nose is acceptable, but I don't know, he bores me. He is very wooden. If you told me that he was actually like a golem, they're made of wood. A golem that was brought to life and just did every single scene he ever filmed in one take, I would believe it. Whoa. The vanishing point of the real. There it is. Oh, my Mystery Science Theater background keeps going off. You know, I really wanted to get the perfect shot going here. but this won't stay up because I couldn't figure out how to get wallpaper of my personal images, which would be a really bad idea if I had just a gallery of every picture I've taken in the past 6 months. You know, I think I would doxa myself. Doxa. When you doxa yourself, that's when you give away all the doxa that you subscribe to. Doxa. How would we define doxa? Not foxa. Doxa. The term doxa in ancient Greek is an ancient Greek noun related to the verb dokein, meaning to appear, to seem, to think, to accept. Between the 3rd and 1st centuries BC, the term picked up an additional meaning when the, I've never known how to say this, Septuagint used doxa to translate the biblical Hebrew word for glory. This Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures, as used by the early church, led to frequent use of the term in the New Testament. The word is also used in the worship services of the Greek Orthodox Church, where the glorification of God in true worship is also seen as true belief. In that context, doxa reflects behavior or practice in worship and the belief of the whole church rather than personal opinion. The unification of these multiple meanings of doxa emerges in the modern terms orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Oh, okay, so Pierre Bourdieu, who popularized the term doxa to denote a society's taken for granted, unquestioned truths. So when you doxa yourself, it means that you are inadvertently revealing the location of your taken for granted, unquestioned truths. Like, for instance, Clint Eastwood's squints. And a squint, as a wise man once said, is cousin to the whisper. That wise man is me. And I just said that right now. So you're experiencing the birth of adages in real time. I will one day be quoted. That will be chiseled onto a plaque that will be posted outside the home where I was conceived of. You know, some people are just conceived in a place, and then some people are conceived of and then conceived. What I mean is, if you were planned, it's kind of funny to think like, you know, some people are planned and then some people are unplanned, right? It's like, am I an unplanned person? I could have easily not been born, but what's that joke? Lacan says, oh, that only happens to 1 out of a million to have the good luck of not being born. But you'd hope that you were conceived of. That's where, you know, your parents decided, hey, we're going to give birth to little Roderick because that's your name. And we're going to try it here in this Motel 6. Maybe you were conceived of the night that you were conceived. Maybe it worked. Maybe those swimmers reached the mark. Maybe they didn't. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend Play Misty for me, but if you are a Clint Eastwood fan, if you were inspired and enlivened by the scene in Gran Torino where he's gunned down after he saves the Hamong family in his neighborhood from a group of black teens, then yeah, check it out. That was a ridiculous movie, right? Gran Torino. There's a car in it, but he doesn't like anybody who's not white. But then I guess he tries some like traditional Hmong food and takes a liking to the family next door. And then he like, in the algebra of his racism, decides that the Hmong family can replace the tier of racism reserved for black people, or somewhere in the hierarchy that graduated a notch. And then I don't know. Sometimes I just say things and then like I'm so in over my skis. I've never skied. Have you ever skied?